Excuse me. Meeting is called to order. This is the rulemaking hearing for proposed revisions to regulations number 3, 6, and 7. And the hearing has begun. The record is open. The Commission will begin the rulemaking hearing by accepting public comments. The hearing will continue tomorrow, the next day, as scheduled. But today is the day for the public to come in and express their views on the matters before us. I see a quorum. There is a quorum, so we can begin. I'd like to thank you all for attending. My name is John Lowy. I chair the Colorado Air Quality Control Commission, and I'm also serving as the hearing officer for this rulemaking hearing. The purpose of this afternoon's public session is for the Commission to hear the concerns of Coloradans regarding the Colorado Air Pollution Control Division's proposed regulations, which are primarily aimed at reducing emissions from oil and gas operations. A number of parties have submitted alternative proposals for the Commission's consideration, and you may also comment on those if you wish. Today's comments supplement any written comments that have been already submitted to the Commission within the notice public comment period, which began December 10th and ran up until today. In terms of the schedule today, this session will include in-person comments until 2:45, and then phone-in comments from around the state from 3 to 5. In-person commenting will then resume at about 5:30, continuing till 7 o'clock, perhaps earlier, perhaps later, depending upon the volume of interest that we have and people who are still here to comment. At some point, we will have to adjourn the hearing for the evening. Members of the public will be provided 3 minutes to present their views, 3 minutes each. I would strongly encourage you, that if you can use less than 3 minutes, that would be great, because again, we have a lot of people who want to participate, and we'd like to give everybody an opportunity to do so. I know some of you have probably prepared statements and timed them out at 3 minutes, and I didn't want to set a shorter time period. But for those of you who can either cut those shorter or make your comments more brief, it would very much be appreciated, I'm sure, by everyone else who'd like to have an opportunity. There will be no electronic presentations allowed, although you may submit handouts if you have them. We hope to hear from as many people as possible. There are a few ground rules to ensure that you have an opportunity for public comment. First, if you wish to comment, please fill out a blue card and bring it to Commission staff, who is standing up right over there. Many of you have done so already. We will call your name in the order your card was received. Elected officials who are desiring to appear before the Commission, please fill out a yellow card. And because these elected officials are here representing numerous constituents and also have obligations either at the legislature or other places they have to be, we will give them the courtesy of making their comments as soon as possible. As soon as possible after they arrive. Again, urge you to be concise. If you wish to support the comments of another person who's already spoken, you may just indicate that you want to associate yourself in support of their comments. So that is an option as well. Third, the Commission appreciates that some of you may have very strong opinions on these issues, but please refrain from any demonstrations or verbal outbursts. I'm sure you share our desire that this hearing be conducted in a civil and respectful manner. Finally, the Commission will listen to and record your comments. Neither the division staff, parties to the hearing, nor commissioners will engage in a dialogue today or respond in detail to any questions. This is an opportunity for the commissioners to hear your concerns. Again, thank you for being here to participate in this hearing, and we will begin.
Okay, my name is Mike Silverstein. My name is Mike Silverstein. I'm the administrator for the Air Quality Control Commission. And just a little bit of coaching when you come forward to present your comment. We'll call your name. We'll also call a second person to be on deck so that we can get a continuous flow here without a lot of quiet time. So please come forward to the podium in front. There will be a timer on the little screen that will be a countdown from 3 minutes, so you'll know that you are when it's down to about a minute or 30 seconds. We hope that you would begin wrapping up so that you would conclude your statements in under 3 minutes. And then as soon as you're done, we will announce the next person to come forward to provide their comment, and then call a new person up to be on deck. So if you would follow those little tips, we could begin and have a smooth running meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Adams County Commissioner Chaz Tedesco, followed by Boulder County Commissioner Elise Jones.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chaz Tedesco. I serve as the chairman for the Adams County Board of Commissioners. Adams County is a member of the Local Government Coalition. However, I am here today not only to support the LGC's alternative proposal to the Commission, but also to represent the people of Adams County. As a county commissioner, it is my duty to protect the health, safety, and welfare of all those who live and work in Adams County. With a population of over 450,000, Adams County ranks among the top 5 largest counties in the state, and is projected to grow faster than any other county in Denver metro area over the next 2 decades. Since 2011, Adams County has seen a dramatic increase in the number of oil and gas and well permits. We expect this growth to continue as a result of the successful horizontal drilling techniques used in the Nabria Formation, and because there is still oil to be drilled in the Wattenberg Field, partially located in Adams County. We are second only to Weld County in the Denver metro area in North Front Range and oil and gas well permits. Adams County currently has 895 active wells, with over half of the county's designated urban area. Of these wells, 12% are within 1 mile of a school, 55% are within 3 miles, and 78% are within 5 miles. Further, 23% of all wells in Adams County are within 1 mile of a residential property, 48% are within 3 miles, and 65% are within 5 miles. Such close proximity to schools and residents means that as a county commissioner, I support regulations that will protect the health and welfare of residents, especially children, in addition to providing environmental protection. With the expected growth in oil and gas development, Adams County supports responsible regulations that will reduce VOC emissions from oil and gas production facilities, help to meet ozone attainment in the Denver metro area, and help to reduce the loss of economically viable product. Adams County recognizes the importance of the oil and gas industry as well as the need for additional regulations to be cost-effective and efficient. However, we also wish to emphasize the importance of protecting the regional and local air quality and acknowledging that oil and gas facilities are a significant source of VOC emissions. Adams County strongly supports the LGC's alternative proposal, which backs the Commission's legal authority to regulate hydrocarbons, enhances stringent yet reasonable Regulation 7 revisions, provides an economic analysis that demonstrates that LDAR is cost-effective, and lastly, does not support a step-down LDAR inspection frequency until such action is warranted with proper data gathering. We hope this rulemaking effort can produce regulations that reduce oil and gas emissions, are reasonable to the oil and gas industry, provide environmental benefits, and protect the health and welfare of the people in Colorado. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your consideration of the LGC's alternative proposal.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Elise Jones, followed by Representative Mike Foote.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lowy, Commissioners. My name is Elise Jones, and I am pleased to speak to you today as a Boulder County Commissioner, a member of the Governor's Regional Air Quality Council, and the mother of an 8-year-old. Let me first thank each of you for your public service, particularly during this week, of which no doubt will be some very long days. I also want to applaud your collective efforts to have the Air Quality Control Commission take a leadership role on this critical issue. As you well know, oil and gas is the largest source of air pollution on the Front Range and across the state, and it's the only pollution source projected to grow significantly. 10 monitors across the Front Range already exceed the federal health standard, a standard that the EPA may lower soon. But even at the current standard, without action now, in the next 2 years, EPA could bump our current classification from minor to moderate non-attainment, which is a great cause for urgency in action today. And because air pollution blows freely across political boundaries, and because every Coloradan deserves clean air regardless of what community they live in, it's essential that this rule apply statewide. And coming from a county that's been home to the worst flood and worst wildfire disasters in the state, it's clear that Colorado is already starting to experience the harsh reality of climate change. So we absolutely need this rule to address all hydrocarbons, including methane. As you may know, there's a study that's going to be published in the journal Science this week that found that methane leaks from oil and gas development negate the climate change benefits of using natural gas as a transportation fuel. So let's fix those leaks. Air pollution impacts carry a high price tag for all Coloradans, a cost that significantly outweighs industry's reasonable expenses to implement this rule. What is being proposed and what we hope will be strengthened are cost-effective controls that will reduce the waste of this natural resource while improving air quality. Also, the rule is tailored to reduce the effects on smaller businesses without compromising the health of those that live near them, particularly if this rule is strengthened to require more frequent monitoring of small and medium-sized facilities. And Chaz just outlined some of the other improvements that we would like to see. So in closing, I urge the Commission to not only adopt this rule, but to strengthen it as well. And also to work with the Air Division to develop a robust and ongoing air quality monitoring strategy so that we can better understand and control this large and growing source of pollution in Colorado. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you. Representative Mike Foote, followed by Senator Matt Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Foote. I represent House District 12. That's East Boulder County and includes the towns of Louisville, Lafayette, and Longmont. And I'm here to support the proposed rules. I believe it's of the utmost importance to make sure that we have the strongest protections possible. And of course, there's many reasons for that. One, and first and foremost, at least in my opinion, is that we make sure that we can address health concerns. The strongest rules possible can make sure that we can make sure that we have protections for folks' health and safety in the entire state. I'm sure you've heard about and will continue to hear about many of the benefits that these proposed rules would have when it comes to health concerns, not the least of which is that it prevents tens of thousands of tons of ozone precursors and methane to be emitted from oil and gas operations. The second thing that I think is important to emphasize is that having a good air quality and the strongest protections possible can help our economy. Our economy is built in many ways based on our image of being a state that people can come to enjoy the great outdoors, and our tourism industry is one of the biggest employers in the state. And having good air quality rules and good air quality can only enhance that part of our economy. And then also third, I think it's important to emphasize that we want to address public concerns about air quality in a way that the public thinks will be helping them. We hear the public talk about their concerns with operations, oil and gas operations, in particular air quality, and I'm hoping that what this commission approves can let the public know that we're listening to them loud and clear and that their concerns about health and safety are being addressed. So in conclusion, Commission, I really appreciate your time this afternoon, and I'm sure what you will be doing in a diligent review, and would ask you to adopt the strongest rules possible and make sure the public knows that we're listening, and we're going to be addressing the concerns that they have across the state, not just in one area or the other, but across the entire state about their health and safety.
Thank you. Senator Matt Jones, followed by Douglas Saxton.
Thanks for hearing us today. I appreciate your service, and I know that's a perfunctory thing that people often say in these cases, but I do appreciate it. I've done it myself. I know how much time it takes and how important it is that we have people step up like you, and I appreciate that. I'm here to support strong rules. You can even strengthen them, in my opinion, for three reasons. One is they impact people. I represent Longmont, Erie, Lafayette, and Louisville. In Erie, the wells are right by schools and people's houses. The toxics are an issue for them. We're in the greater Wattenberg field. The ozone tends to roll up our way towards the mountains, and people have health issues, either older people with breathing problems or young children who play outside. So that's a big thing. And then finally, the methane. I think we underestimate what we're doing to our climate and how that affects people. I did some fire work in my previous job, wildland fire work, and I got to tell you, on the fire line, people believe that that's going on because the fires are huge. Hayman was the first one. It's particularly important also because of the recent NOAA study that showed that there was more air pollution up here being measured than down here, and I wonder where it's coming from, and we've got to figure that out. It implies to me that there's more going on down at the bottom on the surface. Secondly, the cost. You're going to hear a lot of people talk about the cost and is this cost effective. I think it absolutely is because a lot of these people will benefit from their health if you do a good job. We know that, especially with the ozone, the direct effect of that. And thirdly, I do think it's important for our economy and jobs. We work really hard in eastern Boulder County to try to attract good jobs in there, and we want to keep that great quality of life and that good, clean air that we have. And that we want to have. Actually, we're in the attainment area, so it isn't that great. But we want to keep that perception. So in closing, I think we need common sense rules, and I think that that's what you've done. And I think it's a great step forward for the state and what you're doing. And just think about that NOAA study where we're not figuring it all out. And if you can be more protective, that's even better. So thanks very much for doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Douglas Saxton, followed by Roseanne Evans.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Saxton, and I'm a member of the Battlement Mesa Concerned Citizens. I retired to Battlement Mesa in 2004, and I do not agree with our county commissioner's position on these rules, nor does the Glenwood Post, a copy of whose article I have with me and will be distributing. The air is not fine in Garfield County right now. Hazy skies are routine. We even see brown clouds hanging in the valley. My wife suffers from asthma. Until 2012, an inhaler handled every flare-up she had. But from April of 2012 to January 2013, she was sick. There were constant bouts of coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, even loss of voice. She was taking powerful prescription drugs and stayed indoors when the wind was up. Throughout that time, all those symptoms disappeared whenever she left the county. We have 10,000 wells in Garfield County. There is a directionally drilled well beneath our house, and drilling has begun inside of our community, and a pad is now 600 feet from homes. We retired to Battlement to play golf and enjoy the great outdoors and the scenery. If 2014 turns out anything like 2012, my wife's health is again compromised and our quality of life is severely impacted. Relocating will be impossible due to the tanked property values. We are no less threatened than if we were in a non-attainment zone. In fact, our needs for protection are greater because many of us would live within 1/4 mile of a well pad. We need more frequent inspections because events affect us immediately, especially when toxins like benzene and H2S are involved. We need no timeouts and quicker repairs, no exemptions, and transparency from electronic reporting of monitoring. Thanks for listening today.
Thank you. Roseanne Evans, followed by Catherine Callentine.
Hello, my name is Rose Evans, and I drove over yesterday from the Western Slope from Ridgeway to testify in favor of the regs that are before you today. In fact, I would like to see them even stronger. I am the co-president of the Ridgeway-Ouray Community Council. We have over 250 members, and I am representing them today. In our county, our local and county governing bodies, the Board of County Commissioners and the Ridgeway Town Council, support these proposed regs, as well as adding enhancements to reduce toxicity to homes and public gathering places within at least a quarter mile of oil and gas operations. These regs should be implemented statewide. Everyone's health is important, and we all know that the air sheds know no boundaries. The toxic materials that they carry go everywhere. So we ask that these regs be implemented statewide. Also, since the Oil and Gas Commission failed to protect homes and public gathering places from adequate setbacks, we need even more rigorous protection for homes and gathering places near oil and gas operations. It is an issue of public health. Also, my last point is that I'd really like to see more transparency in the whole process. All the facilities, regardless of size, should be inspected at least once a year. These inspections, the reports should be online for everyone to see. That's something I would really like to see. And so in conclusion, I would like to ask you, the AQCC, to adopt these proposed regs and add enhancements to reduce toxicity to homes and public gathering places within at least, it would be great if it's more, than a quarter mile of gas and oil operations. Thank you for listening to me.
Catherine Collentine, followed by Rod Brusky.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Collentine, and I'm on staff with the Sierra Club, but I'm here to speak on my own behalf as a citizen of Colorado today, and to ask the Commission to adopt strong statewide air quality standards, and to emphasize that every Coloradan deserves to breathe clean air. Given the rapid growth of oil and gas development, this rulemaking is a critical opportunity to put much-needed common sense protections in place to preserve Colorado's air and to protect public health. With over 50,000 active oil and gas wells across the state, we need to curb dangerous air pollution from these operations and reduce fugitive methane emissions that contribute to climate change. This air quality problem is statewide. From the Front Range to the West Slope, Colorado is out of attainment with federal ozone standards. Strong rules to curb emissions statewide are necessary. These rules will only do that if they include strong language to regulate methane emissions. As you know, methane is a potent greenhouse gas, 25 times more potent than carbon dioxide when emitted directly into the atmosphere. Oil and gas production and processing accounts for nearly 40% of methane emissions across the country, making this industry the single largest methane source in the nation. The proposed rules address this issue, and they need to be adopted. However, the current proposed rules don't go far enough. They don't go far enough to monitor emissions and to require adequate reporting to bring Colorado into compliance with federal air quality standards. These rules need to be strengthened to ensure compliance with ozone standards. If they don't bring our state into compliance with those federal standards, additional proposed controls are needed from the Commission later this year. More frequent leak inspections are needed, especially for compressor stations, which account for nearly a quarter of all leaks from oil and gas processing facilities. Leak detection needs to be done using the best technology available. These dangerous emissions are too detrimental to our air to require anything less than the most advanced technology to rapidly detect leaks so that they can be fixed. Operators need to be held accountable to fix these leaks in a timely manner. Many oil and gas operations across Colorado are located in our communities. They're close to homes and schools. And for those people who have this in their backyards, a small leak is a big problem. Emission controls, frequent inspections, and leak repairs in hours, not days, must be required in order to protect the public. The Commission must do their part to ensure that Coloradans are better protected from toxic and ozone-inducing emissions from fracking and oil and gas drilling operations. The proposed rules are a step in the right direction. I encourage you to adopt them and to make them stronger in any way that you can to protect Colorado. I want to thank you for allowing me to comment on these rules, and I urge you to adopt strong statewide air quality rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Rod Brusky, followed by Sarah Sauter. Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to attend this meeting today, and I hope you guys realize the sacrifices that are made by these citizens today to testify. I just handed you some information. What those are is some blood analysis of some citizens in eastern Boulder County. What they show are excessive high levels of ethylbenzene, all the other chemicals associated with the extraction process. Now, the second part of that picture that I showed you is NSTAR did a follow-up summa canister air testing at our family's home. Needless to say, what is in our blood is what is in the air. Now, this is how, I know you guys have a tough job here, but I would love to illustrate, and I know I can't do it all in 3 minutes, of how the state has already failed the citizens of Colorado. I've had several incidences of chemical trespassing. The latest, I did send you the YouTube of May 29th of 2013 when my family was sickened by a release which Mark McMillan told me is legal for them to do. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with Unichem 7125. I do have a copy of the MSDS sheet, but I tried to pull it up today on Google, and the company that makes it now says it's proprietary, so we don't know. But I do know the cancer-causing chemicals that we were exposed to. I called my county commissioner, and Elise Jones, and she said there was nothing they could do about it. I called the sheriff's department, nothing they could do about it. Mr. McMillan from CDPHE said, oh, this is allowed. So basically, I have come to the conclusion that the state is allowing us to be poisoned purposely. Now, I do have some other things I'd love to share with you on this, and again, I have several instances. Another one is the well that was close to my family's home was found out of compliance. This is your regular, rules and regulations don't do any good if there isn't any punitive results. I have a copy, and it is your own, records, of a early and reduced settlement that Mr. Rome and his staff agreed with in Canna. And this isn't like just one example. In this same 18-month period, the same operator had not one, not two, but 75 air violations, all of which were either negotiated into a reduced settlement or the settlements were waived. So any rule or regulation that is written here today or adopted without enforcement is an illusion to the citizens of Colorado and their safety. And that is an injustice to us, the commons of Colorado.
Thank you. Sarah Souter, followed by Todd Tibbetts.
Hello, thank you for your time today. My name is Sarah Sauter, and I'm from Delta County. I'm here today representing the Western Slope Conservation Center, the Valley Organic Growers Association, the West Elk Winery Association, the Slow Food Western Slope Chapter, and the town of Paonia. We all wholeheartedly support strong protections for air quality on the Western Slope and throughout Colorado. Like most mountain valleys in Colorado, communities in Delta County frequently experience inversions during winter months. Air pollution from all sources accumulate during these inversions, which can magnify the harmful health effects of all pollutants. The Conservation Center has recently partnered with CU Boulder to begin a baseline air monitoring program. Our monitors captured the air quality of a prolonged inversion that happened in December. The results indicated that during the inversion, the air quality in Paonia was equivalent to that of Denver. Delta County has 31,000 people, sorry. We're small, but not that small. Delta County has very little oil and gas development at the moment, but it's coming. As we've seen from recent lease sales, industry wants to start developing Delta County in the North Fork Valley. BLM wants to propose 30,000 acres surrounding our homes, orchards, and schools, and 3 industry proposals could easily bring with over 100 wells to our airshed. With the anticipation of new development in Delta County, it is critical that we protect our airshed. especially with the development in Mesa, Garfield counties. We recognize that there will be some inevitable degradation of air quality and that unavoidable degradation should be limited by employing statewide regulations that require the best of technology available to be used to reduce emissions. Strong air quality rules make economic sense. The economy and quality of life of Delta County depend on our clean environment and beautiful views. If you haven't been to Delta County, I invite each and every one of you to come visit me. We're home to the highest concentration of organic farms and a nationally recognized wine growing area, the West Elk AVA. Come taste our wine, enjoy our bucolic views, and dine with our farmers. There's a growing body of research suggesting that high levels of ozone reduce yields and quality of harvests. Dicot species, most of the fruits and vegetables, are especially sensitive to ozone. Stronger regulations are important in helping with agriculture and extractive industries so that they can coexist. We choose to live on the Western Slope in part because of the pastoral beauty of the landscape. The argument from some is that we on the Western Slope are blessed with pure air and therefore need no more regulation. This stance implies that our air has the capacity to absorb much more pollution before the issue needs to be addressed, when just the opposite is true. We feel compelled to protect those characteristics that brought us here, rather than attempt to recover them after they're destroyed. We ask that you extend the greatest possible protection to the pure air and environment that we have chosen to live our lives in. You must apply strong air quality rules uniformly across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Tibbetts, followed by State Senator Greg Brophy.
My name is Todd Tibbetts. I live in Silt, Colorado in Garfield County. My position as a computer systems manager for a nationwide wholesale lumber distributor requires that I travel regularly to offices across the U.S. I spend most of my travel time in the company's New York offices. I fly out of Grand Junction and into New York City and then drive an hour east to their Long Island office. In the course of my comings and goings over the past 5 years, I have witnessed the degradation of the air quality from Grand Junction to Silt. Flying over the region, air inversions, brown clouds, and yellow haze have become all too prevalent sights. What really caught my attention to our poor air quality was coming from these dense urban environments back home to Silt and actually smelling bad air. Not in New York City, not in Boston, Washington, D.C., or Jersey City, but in the Colorado River Valley and in Silt. As I drive east on I-70 after landing in Grand Junction, the air turns pungent from parachute to rifle. By the time I pass the Garfield County Airport exit, the air smells, my eyes sting, and I start sneezing. For me, this has been not only a startling, but a rude awakening to the realization that the air we breathe in western Garfield County is worse than the air in New York City, Boston, and even on the tarmac at DIA or Washington Dulles. Only when I'm in Silt do I have these allergy symptoms, not in these other locations where I work. With 14 to 18 weekly trips a year, the difference is very noticeable. In the meantime, I have been watching as the health of my wife, my daughter, my granddaughter, and my grandson have deteriorated. I'm a business traveler, so you might think that I would be the one who is sick a lot because of I'm exposed to all sorts of viruses traveling. But that's not the case at all. Instead of, it seems like someone in my family is always sick. As a husband, a father, and grandfather, I'm beyond concerned as I watch the town where I live slowly become unlivable. From 2001 to 2009, I was a trustee on the Silt Town Board. Around 2003, I headed a board committee that focused on air quality as we crafted an ordinance dealing with oil and gas drilling activities in our town limits. Our main focus was to establish baseline information on water and air quality in the town. There was an air quality monitoring station in Silt until 2005, when it was removed by the county. Even though I inquire many times, I've never been able to find out whatever happened to the baseline air quality monitoring data for that period. There's never been air quality monitoring in Silt since then. Without air quality monitoring data from the town of Silt, I believe the county commissioners are presenting an incomplete analysis of air quality in western Garfield County. If anything, we need more air quality monitors, and most definitely in Silt. The thought of our air quality...
Sir, could you please conclude your comments quickly?
I support your regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Brophy, followed by Ryan Van West.
Thank you so much for the chance to share some thoughts today about the methane rule. I am Greg Brophy, a state senator representing 11 counties out on the eastern plains of Colorado. First of all, I think it's important for this commission, and just the same for all the environmental activists present here today, to acknowledge that America's skies are actually cleaner. They are healthier, they shine a little brighter and more blue today and every day because of the enlarged role that natural gas plays in powering our economy. That's right, our skies are cleaner today with many more people living here than they were years ago. Glad that Colorado's skies are cleaner than ever? Hug a fracker. The natural gas they produce is one of the reasons why. Last week, Secretary of State John Kerry called those who deny climate change flat earthers. Please. The true flat earthers in the American energy debate are the extreme environmental groups that make wildly exaggerated claims about the climate impacts of greenhouse gases, while at the very same time doing everything in their power to stop natural gas development, the energy source that's actually reducing all emission types, including carbon. Flat earthers, thy name is the Sierra Club. In that sense, I hope this commission won't be swayed by the flat earthers here today arguing for a one-size-fits-all air standard. This attempt to punish rural Colorado for the traffic congestion and smog in Denver and Boulder is part and parcel of a wider war that's being waged against rural Colorado. Commission members, don't be party to this war on rural Colorado. Don't be swayed by the flat earthers in the Sierra Club and Conservation Colorado. Find balance, trust the science, and use your common sense. Don't punish rural Colorado for the pollution in Denver and Boulder. You know, we might be the first state in the nation to cloud our skies with marijuana smoke. Let's not be the first state in the nation to regulate methane. I urge you to reject the methane rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Ryan Van West, followed by State Representative Ray Scott.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for taking my statement. I'm Ryan Van West, President of Western Colorado Congress, a citizens group 1,500 members strong in the counties of Ouray, Montrose, Mesa, Garfield, and Routt, and elsewhere around the state. Our members are impacted landowners, royalty owners, residents living in Colorado's oil and gas fields. For over 30 years, Western Colorado Congress has been engaged in the mitigation of oil and gas impacts for the health of our citizens, communities, and agriculture. While we are recognizing, however, the importance of energy independence, jobs, and economic vitality. In regard to the energy extractive industry on the Western Slope, Western Colorado Congress's position has always been, if these resources are to be taken from the earth to benefit humans, do it right. Do it right. If the technology exists, and it does, then we need to protect what we value and cherish most: the long-term health of our citizens, communities, food supply, and environment. These need to be prioritized above industry profits. In regard to the integrity of our air, what can be more important? The proposal in front of the Air Quality Control Commission is a great and necessary first step, and more should and can be done to better protect the health, safety, and welfare of all Coloradans. While we commend the players in their efforts in crafting the proposal and recognize their vision and desire to give citizens additional health protections, we wish to underscore the following 4 points. Number one, Western Colorado Congress has long argued that air quality regulations need to be statewide, no exemptions. We reject the notion that Western Slope County should wait until they are out of attainment with federal standards before taking steps to protect air quality. Number two, Western Colorado Congress is concerned that the proposal being considered falls short on at least one important protection. Because setbacks were not increased for citizens living within 1/4 mile of oil and gas operations, they deserve an enhanced protections. The available science emphatically suggests that these citizens are much more at risk for hazardous air pollutants relative to their health. Therefore, number 3, Western Colorado Congress respectfully asks the Commission to consider including additional protections from these toxic chemicals for those living within 1/4 mile of oil and gas facilities. Number 4, lastly, more needs to be done to ensure industry self-reporting and monitoring under the provisions of the proposal to provide better transparency for the public. I appreciate you listening to me this afternoon for both the applause and the concerns here in this statement, and for the opportunities for citizens to actually provide meaningful, substantive input to the decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ray Scott, followed by Kristen Wynn.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us a few moments to come up and talk with you. It's good to see you, Teresa. Friendly faces. I'd like to first of all say that I'm from Grand Junction. Mesa County is who I represent. We have a legislative district that's supported by the oil and gas industry. That is our backbone. Whether we like that or we don't like that is a true fact, and that's just the way it is. Low natural gas prices have dealt us an ugly blow in western Colorado. As you all know, we've had a much reduced production of natural gas in our area. The result of that has been a loss of about 12,000 residents. It's also been a loss of over 600 businesses since 2009, actually. We can't afford any mistakes by this commission as it relates to western Colorado and Grand Junction. At the same time, our oil and gas industry continues to support our communities, which is pretty amazing to me that they're willing to even stay around to do that. We are down to just a couple compared to what we had several years ago. Other parts of western Colorado also are suffering, as you probably have noticed by some of the news media that comes out on us. Yes, we are an oil and gas-based economy. That makes it difficult for groups like this because you're trying to deal with the entire state. I hope this commission seriously considers those things when they are making their rules. You cannot paint this entire state with one brushstroke. It's just not going to be feasible for western Colorado. I would hope that you take all the statements from the western Colorado contingent as seriously as you take everybody else's comments from eastern Colorado. We realize there's problems here. I think in the legislature right now we are actually doing things to help address that. Excuse me. One of which is when we talk about air quality, we talk about 52% of the problem is actually automobile emissions. And I think if we'll pay attention to the legislature, we are now working on several bills that actually convert vehicles to alternate fuels, which we believe is a good thing. That will help the attainment problems that Denver is suffering. As you know, we don't have attainment problems. So I would just ask quickly that you all just take into consideration there's two sides of this state. One side is an economic crisis right now. And the other side, thank you very much, is doing very well. So please take that into consideration when you take a look at the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Wynn, followed by Peggy Tibbetts.
My name is Kristen Wynn, and I live in Grand Junction. I grew up in Chicago where I had severe asthma as a child and missed 54 days of kindergarten. I can remember very clearly how scary it was to be able to wake up and not be able to breathe. Every cold turned into a bronchial infection, and every winter I would end up in bed with the flu and bronchitis. I'm a lifelong skier, so after college graduation I moved to Vail. There I found clean air, and I had my last severe asthma attack in 1972. After that, my health got better, and I practically forgot about having asthma. I stayed quite healthy with an active outdoor mountain lifestyle. After working for years in various ski resorts in Colorado, I moved to Grand Junction in 1995. At first, the air seemed clean enough with an occasional inversion, but it has been gradually getting worse. This year, with the severe inversion that began back in December, my asthma came back with a vengeance. I am now coughing, wheezing, and spending over $100 a month on inhaled steroids just to keep my asthma under control. If I did not have health insurance, the cost for medications would be closer to $300 per month. I don't need to look out the window to see what the air quality is for the day. My coughing tells the tale. On days when the air is cleaner, I can breathe easily. I can't tell you how disappointing it is that the air quality in Grand Junction in January was worse than it was in Chicago, where I grew up. We know that poor air quality affects the young and the elderly. I manage 90 volunteers in Grand Junction, and their average age is 70 plus. In January, when the air quality was in the moderate range, I had 3 volunteers who had strokes, all within days of each other. 2 of them died. The third is still doing rehab. I did some research and discovered there is a direct relationship between air quality and an increase in strokes. Statistics are one thing, but when you see the results of poor air quality on the people you really care about, that really hits home. I'm doing everything I can to cut my impact on air pollution. This is my 5th year as a bicycle commuter. I've installed solar panels on my house, but I believe government needs to do its part too. You have the power to make a difference. We know that methane and VOCs produce ozone. We know this causes air pollution, which aggravates asthma and increases heart attacks and strokes. We need to provide protections so that oil and gas development does not come with the cost of polluting the very air we breathe. Please provide that protection to all the citizens of Colorado, including the Western Slope. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Tibbetts, followed by Therese Gilbert.
Hi, my name is Peggy Tibbetts. I live in the town of Silt, which is in Garfield County. Silt is nestled in the basin of the Colorado River with gas wells to the north, south, east, and west of town. We are surrounded. We do not have an air quality monitor in Silt. I'm here today because my county commissioners failed to include my community in their rebuttal statement. Garfield County boasts that it has funded and implemented the most comprehensive long-term baseline air quality monitoring program of any rural county in the United States. Indeed, the data they submitted shows attainment of federal air quality standards. However, the omission of air quality monitoring data from Silt, a community which has been at the center of oil and gas development for over a decade, skews the overall air quality picture in Garfield County. I know because I live and work in Silt and have for nearly 18 years. Emissions associated with all aspects of oil and gas operations, including a compressor station south of town, are constantly spewed into the air. Those emissions are made up of chemicals that are heavier than air. They have a tendency to settle in the river basin. They contribute to air inversions all year round. The air pollution burns our eyes, ears, nose, and throat. The particulate matter causes our chronic coughing and sneezing. The pollution isn't something we wonder about, it's visible. We can see it. Western Garfield County's panoramic vistas are choked by toxic brown clouds and blue ozone. From Debec to Silt, stinks. Everyone in my family suffers from allergies all year round. We deal with continuous eye, ear, nose, and throat irritations, plus repeated upper respiratory and sinus infections. I'm battling my 2nd upper respiratory infection this year. That's twice in less than 2 months. I've been sick, my daughter's been sick, my grandchildren have been sick. When I go to my healthcare practitioner in Rifle, he's sick too. And his kids are sick. He's lived in Rifle his whole life. He wasn't always sick like this. I wasn't always sick like this. My family and friends weren't always sick like this. There's no doubt in my mind that our poor air quality has affected my immune system. We're all sick of being sick. According to the American Lung Association, 9.1% of children in Colorado have asthma, which is higher than the national average of 8.9%. I urge you to pass strong statewide rules with no exceptions and no exemptions, not just to protect our kids, but for the health of all Coloradans. Thank you.
Thank you. Therese Gilbert, followed by Skip Spenceley.
Again, very grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. I've been a 21-year resident and teacher in Greeley and Weld County, and I'm a member of a concerned citizens group, Welder and Water, and many of us are here today. We fully realize the economic benefits of this industry in Weld County. As a teacher, a $25 an hour job for some of my parents is very important to them, and it's been a boon to Weld. And we understand that. We live there. But we're worried about the external costs of this industry going unchecked. We have over 21,000 wells in Weld County, 900 active wells within the city limits. But understanding the convolution of the boundaries of the city limits, some wells are within 100 feet outside the city. They're projecting 1,600 wells within the city limits. Everyone will be living within a mile of these wells. So some of the images I would like to leave with you are images that my neighbor and I took of the proximity of these wells in the neighborhoods. And specifically, many are talking about the leaks from the condensate tanks and VOCs. I would like to address the drilling process itself. On some of these images, one was River Park trailer homes. Low-income immigrant community live there. Students that I teach live there. The drilling went on for about 3 months, diesel drills, and you see the plumes of diesel. My neighbor and I had access to talk to some of these families because they trusted us. We talked to the grandma, and you could see the little kids when we spoke with her in June when the drilling was going on. They live 50 feet from the Poudre River. Right across the river, the multi-pad drill site was going about 250 feet from the Poudre River. And the little kids, Grandma, you could see their eyes were red. And Grandma talked about how many of them had had severe asthma attacks that summer. Do we have epidemiological studies that correlate? Anecdotally, higher rates, it would appear, of prostate cancer in wells, thyroid cancer in wells, asthma attacks. We don't have those yet. And we feel like it's really the proper role of government to protect the public health, that the producers can't be expected to self-monitor. Their job is to extract the minerals as efficiently as they can. So we're kind of pleading with this commission to really take into consideration, until we have some studies done, to proceed cautiously and tighten the controls and provide better oversight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Skip Spenceley, followed by Al Lawand.
Members of the Commission and the most distinguished Chairman, Mr. Lowy, it's a pleasure to be here. I am a member of the Regional Air Quality Council, but I am speaking on behalf of Citizen Spenceley today. I think I've been a member of the Regional Air Quality Council longer than anyone. It's the reason I'm 2 inches shorter today than what I used to be. But in any case, I want to speak to in support of the proposed rules. And I want to compliment, first of all, the division, as I did at the RAC meeting, for taking this, what I consider, consensus-building approach to finding an answer to what is a very difficult problem. And I think that is the kind of approach that we need for many of the environmental issues we deal with today. So I'm very impressed with that. Secondly, I want to support the statewide application of these rules. We are faced with a significant challenge on the Regional Air Quality Council to find a way to meet the EPA standard of 75 parts per million, which we haven't yet, and likely is that if the EPA lowers it, it is even going to be more of a challenge. We also have evidence that a large part of the ozone precursors come from outside the non-attainment area. We don't know if it's western Colorado or Utah or California or China, but we do know that they come from outside and they significantly affect what we're able to do. And it's for that reason I am supporting the idea of it being a statewide application. And if you will indulge me for a moment, I have my favorite story about when the United States Congress, Mr. Lowy and I worked for the U.S. House of Representatives for a while, was faced with having to decide how much SO2 to reduce in the 1990 Clean Air Act amendments. Not having the scientific knowledge themselves, they referred the matter to the National Academy of Science with sufficient funding to produce a 100-page report, which they did. The question was, are the SO2 emissions that are emitted in the Ohio Valley affecting the alpine lakes in New Hampshire and Vermont? They concluded the study, and the operative term or the conclusion of that study was, quote, "There is no strong evidence that there is not a nonlinear relationship between source and receptor," unquote. Now, you may need to think about that for a moment. More of a political statement than a scientific statement. And, of course, as a person who managed the last brown cloud 2 study in the Denver area in the early 90s using the most sophisticated chemical physical transport model that the National Center for Atmospheric Research has, we know that there's a lot we don't know. And when we don't know a lot, and we do know there are significant impacts, we should be employing what's called the precautionary rule. And I think that's what you're doing with these particular proposed amendments. Until we know better, and until science gives us a better answer and not a political answer, I think it is that we take this safe approach, and therefore I'm in support of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Al Lawand, followed by Duke Cox.
Hi, my name is Al Lawandi. I live in Ridgeway. I'm deathly afraid of public speaking, and I had to drive 6 hours to subject myself to it. So that should tell you that, yes, to me, this is that important. I support the proposed air quality regulations as a good beginning. I believe they still leave a lot to be desired. Specifically, they do not address the acute toxicity of benzene and its many derivatives to people who live in close proximity to these facilities. There are some alternative proposals before you that address that quite nicely. I would urge you to seriously consider them. Schools, public gathering places of all kinds, and homes deserve better protection. The Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission dismally failed to set adequate setbacks from homes and public gathering places. In light of that, the least you can do is put a little more stringent emission controls to the people who have to live that close to these facilities. I would also urge you to reject the notion that the West Slope should be some sort of air quality sacrifice zone. I deeply resent certain elected officials speaking for all of us on the West Slope that we don't need the same protections. The West Slope is already so close to the levels of ozone, some areas, excuse me, of the West Slope are so close to levels of ozone that violate the standards that it's disingenuous to say, oh, we're an attainment area, we've got no problem. And I'd just like to address something even more fundamental. You're going to get glazed over, you probably already are, by all this testimony, and you got 4 more days. I'd like to address something more fundamental than all the technical details, which you'll hear plenty about. It has to do with cynicism and distrust of government in this country. We have a Congress that, at the right price, will sell protection from regulation to almost any corporate interest. We have county commissioners who care more about the profits of their pet industries than the health of their constituents. Gee, I wonder why we're cynical. I would urge you to put government for the people back where it belongs, that it be more than just a quaint expression. Do the right thing, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Duke Cox, followed by Tara Mexel.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the commissioners. My name is Duke Cox. I'm from Grand Junction, and it's nice to see you all. Since the last time you came over to see us in Grand Junction, I remember testifying there, and it's good to see you again. Thank you for hearing our testimony. I am here representing the League of Women Voters of Mesa County. I am on the board of directors of the League, and I know that may seem a little incongruous to some, but they encourage men to join the League of Women Voters, and I encourage all the men in the hall to consider that when you go home, to look up your local league and see if maybe you can help them out. This is a statement by the League of Women Voters, and I'm going to just read it to you, okay? The League of Women Voters of Mesa County has established public policy positions that protect air quality and support industry growth. Our position is in line with the League's statewide position to support measures that reduce air pollution from stationary sources, ambient toxic air pollutants, as well as transboundary air pollutants. Oil and gas development is not expected to disappear in Mesa County. In fact, the proposed Fram Whitewater project, with an addition of 108 wells in 4 years, will substantially increase pollution in Mesa County unless protections are put in place before the project begins. The cost-saving recommendations compiled by responsible oil and gas companies, concerned environmentalists in the State Division, will serve to capture emissions that will enhance industry profits as well as protect the health and welfare of residents, especially those who are hardest hit by the degradation of our air. Mesa County has not yet been classified as a non-attainment area. However, we have exceeded the national air quality standard for ozone enough times to indicate a distinct trend towards reaching non-attainment status in the near future. Such a label will not only reflect negligence on the part of government leaders who are directly responsible for public health, it will greatly influence our tourist industry, our reputation as a national outdoor sports destination, and our well-known agricultural interests, including our fruit and wine districts. It is critical that we have one statewide standard and not lessen standards on the western slope, as some have suggested. It is clearly time for Colorado to lead the way. League of Women Voters of Mesa County strongly urge the Air Quality Control Commission to act responsibly to protect Colorado, including the highly vulnerable western slope from harmful ground level ozone and methane pollution. Two other little things while I have a moment. You've heard testimony from lots of citizens here who are affected. And this commission has no mandate that I know of to protect the bottom line of oil and gas companies. Your mandate is to protect those people who have come here to speak to you from the effect of those operations. And one other little thing I'd like to point out, actually two. One is your clock doesn't work. This little clock here is not working. So I guess I can talk as long as this says. Okay. The other thing I wanted to point out too is that there's this common misconception that the oil and gas industry is the largest industry and the largest financial driver of this state. May I remind all of you that the oil and gas industry is part of the mining sector, and the mining sector in Colorado only accounts for 4% of Colorado's economy. So those who say that we should protect the oil and gas industry because of its economic impact on the state, that's just simply not true. Thank you very much.
Tara Mexel, I'm sure I've mispronounced your name, followed by Thomas Phillips.
So I'm at 107 right now on my timer, so just FYI. Okay, very good. All right, my name is Tara Meixel. I'm from Garfield County. I've lived there since 2001, and I thank the committee for letting me speak and my other citizen representatives and elected officials speak to you. I've witnessed firsthand the health and environmental impacts that the gas boom and bust has caused in Garfield County. Neighbors and landowners living in proximity to gas wells and infrastructure have suffered a plethora of health problems, including nausea, skin rashes, memory loss, malaise, nosebleeds, and even more devastating effects as loss of motor function, loss of consciousness when exposed to transitory toxic fumes, and overall deterioration physically. I have friends who are now deceased whose doctors have said that gas and oil has exacerbated their health problems. I have friends who are literally dying in front of my eyes, and they are real people. They're not radical environmentalists. In 2006, I testified before the AQCC for the need for adopting statewide air quality standards to reduce dangerous emissions from gas and oil. Sadly, at that time, the AQCC only reduced emissions on the Front Range but left the rest of the state twice the emission level. I urge the AQCC to finally pass statewide air quality rules with no exemptions allowed for any reason. My research in this area includes work with MIT's Well Watch project, authoring this book, Collateral Damage, that Chris Mabaldi asked to write. She's dead now. She got exposed to horrific fumes in Rulemaking, Colorado. I was in the Emmy Award-winning movie Gaslands, nominated for an Academy Award. I'm the associate producer from Garfield County of Split Estate, which focuses on Chris Mabaldi and most of this in my book. Please pay attention to what's happening to my neighbors. Please pass some good air rakes, finally. And Frank has handouts of all the articles we've gotten in the paper for years.
Thank you. Thomas Phillips, followed by Dennis White.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Phillips. I live in Palisade, Colorado. I'm a chemical engineer with over 30 years of experience in the oil industry. I'm also a resident of the Grand Valley on Colorado's western slope. I fully support the proposed new air regulations with no exemptions for individual counties. I also fully support even tighter regulations for operations within a quarter mile of schools, houses, and other buildings that are routinely occupied by humans. Speaking as an oil industry insider, I can tell you with some authority that the oil and gas industry prefers regulations that are simple and uniform. Granting county-by-county exemptions will result in a patchwork quilt of regulations across the state that will increase the cost to both the industry and the state. As a resident of Mesa County, I am personally offended by the position of our county commissioners that the air in Mesa County is not quite polluted enough. Our county commissioners view our air as a garbage dump that is not yet quite full. Our county commissioners want an exemption for Mesa County so that the oil and gas industry can dump pollutants into our air for free and thereby operate with an economic advantage over the Front Range at our expense. Exempting Mesa County is bad for western slope agriculture, tourism, and recreation. It's bad for the health of Mesa County residents and unnecessarily complicates the state air regulations. Also, please note that the Grand Junction Daily Sentinel published an op-ed recently supporting the new air regulations in opposition to the county commissioner's position. And speaking for my wife, Benita Phillips, who is a registered nurse of 35 years, the health and well-being of the Western Slope population requires us to not do things that we know with certainty will damage human health. We can coexist with oil and gas operations if they are done right. Colorado's air is precious and belongs to all of us. Dirty air hurts us all, hurts our economy, hurts our reputation. Please adopt the proposed new air regulations on a statewide basis with no exemptions. I also ask you to adopt even tighter air regulations for operations within a quarter mile of places where people live, work, and play. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis White, followed by Glenn Bennett. And after Mr. Bennett, the commission will take a 5-minute recess.
Hi, I'm Dennis White. I'm a Mesa County resident and the father of 2 little boys. And I want to just echo what Ray Scott said, that Western Colorado, unlike here, is indeed in economic crisis. I'm here today to express my opposition to these proposed rules for oil and gas emissions. I want to make it clear that I'm not opposed to emissions controls for oil and gas, but the manner in which these are being done is not in the best interest of the state. In order to be effective, rules need to address a particular problem. While these rules may address important issues in one part of the state, they only cause problems in another. Colorado is far too diverse for blanket, one-size-fits-all solutions. It would have been far better if an effort was made to analyze each region individually and then come up with solutions appropriate for each. Had that been done, I think a lot of the opposition that you're hearing here would not exist. Different regions and different airsheds require different approaches to air quality. This was not reflected in this effort, and for that reason, I have no choice but to stand in opposition.
Thank you. Glenn Bennett.
Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you for listening. My name is Glenn Bennett. I live up in Gun Barrel, up in Boulder County. And I am a research fellow at Lockheed Martin Space Systems. I specialize in remote sensing. And part of this is what I like to give you sort of a little bit. I have 2 points to here. You know, I'm here as a private citizen, but you know, at Lockheed Martin, we handle dangerous materials and hazards all the time. But we have a culture of safety, a culture of watching out for not only our coworkers, but our communities and our customers and everybody else involved in this. Job one for us is going home at night and going home to a safe place. And we do this by a common commitment. We have the right rules and regulations to handle these class of materials. And so part of this, and Lockheed Martin's a big corporation. We make money. And all the safety stuff we do is in the cost of doing business. It's part of how we work. And I would like to, and to me, you are the stewards of the culture of safety for this industry. And we'd like to format this culture that says, yes, we want to take care of our fellow workers, we want to take care of the people, we want to take care of our communities and our customers, all good service, but we have to do it safely. So part of that is to emphasize that, yes, it can be done. You can't be a big corporation and do things safely and really care about all the people involved. And the second part is when you part of the safety, doing the safety thing, is you need deep understanding of the processes and the hazards. You need good data. You need, where are the levels? I see 4 levels here. The levels at which methane explodes, the levels at which we lose money from methane leaks, the levels at which methane basically goes in and is a greenhouse gas, and the level of methanes which we actually are risks to human health with the attendant VOCs. There's lots of things here. We need good data. We need good data. So where are those levels? How do you set them? And we need monitoring to do. So when we do hazardous processes, we have continuous monitoring. We would suggest that. I'm here to support the global statewide things, but we can do this right. With good engineering, good procedural practices, good training, and good equipment, you can make things safe. But I implore you, it's up to you to set the culture to start this out. At Lockheed Martin, we have the EPA, we have our customers, we have OSHA, we have all these things, and we have our commitment to our fellows that we want to go home at night. We want to have a safe place to go home. Anyway, so thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have a good lunch, and thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you very much. The commission is in recess for 5 minutes.
Let's bring the meeting back to order, please. Thank you. I hope you all had a chance to get refreshed briefly. My name is Teresa Coons. I'm the vice chair of the Air Quality Control Commission, and we're going to kind of pass the gavel back and forth a little bit. It can get tiring to be the chair for the entire session. I want to remind everyone that if you wish to speak, make public comment this afternoon, you need to fill out a blue card and bring it over to Teresa. Teresa, raise your hand, please. And she'll pass the cards on up. We will be taking comment from individuals as the card, in the order that the cards are received, with the exception of if we have elected officials come in this afternoon. We will bring them forward as quickly as possible so they can get on with their responsibilities. We really appreciate all of your attention and respect for the speakers this afternoon. Again, just to remind you, sometimes we want to cheer or support those who are speaking. Please refrain from doing that, and we'll get through this as quickly as possible. Also, please watch the time clock in front of the podium here. We're going to ask you to all limit your comments to 3 minutes, shorter if possible, so we can get as many people in this afternoon to speak to the commission as possible. We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate your comments. So we'll start this session with Leslie Robinson, followed by Chuck Pabst, and if you'll come forward as your names are called, get everybody on deck, then we can move through this in good order.
Honorable Commissioners, I'm Leslie Robinson, representing members of the Grand Valley Citizens Alliance, a nonprofit community organization established in 1997 in western Garfield County. Back then, landowners were concerned about well spacing from one pad per 320 acres to one pad per 40 acres. But now we have 10-acre spacing with multiple wells per pad, nearly 10,000 in all in Garfield County, second only to Weld. With this concentration of drilling and fracking near homes and schools, impact to air quality and human health were sure to happen. Today, Garfield County has an intensive air testing program because citizens and members of Grand Valley Citizens Alliance demanded it. Disagreeing with the positions from the energy-producing attainment counties, of which Garfield County is a member, we believe that there should be no exceptions to baseline air quality regulations. In fact, GVCA members would suggest having even stronger air quality rules on the western slope to preserve and secure our quality of life. We are disappointed that our county's priority is the health of the industry's bottom line and not the health of its citizens. We hope the Commission will rectify that. Proven by the Parachute Creek chemical disaster, which sent immeasurable amounts of toxins into the air, it is far cheaper to inspect and immediately fix broken equipment than it is to clean up the mess. In addition, if more equipment in the gaslands are to be expected more often to protect air quality, that will create jobs. With industry mishaps averaging 1 per day in Colorado, we believe this supports the need for mandated scheduled equipment inspections. The Bettelman Mesa Health Impact Assessment Study noted that air testing during oil and gas extractions found benzene and 7 other known air toxins were produced. That is why GVCA members are requesting quarter-mile setbacks from schools and homes. Perhaps these toxic levels have diminished since the peak drilling year of 2008. But that's only because drilling has slowed in Garfield County. Considering that less than half of oil and gas leases have been developed in Garfield County, we need strong quality air rules now. Air pollution knows no boundaries. If dust from China can be blown into western Colorado, causing air pollution and affecting snowpack melting, then oil and gas pollutants from Garfield County must surely impact downward air quality on the Front Range. For all of Colorado, please adopt Rules 3, 6, and 7. Leslie Robinson, Grand Valley Citizens Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Pabst, followed by Don Pettigrove.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to make our comments, and I do not envy the job that you guys have ahead of you. My name is Chuck Pabst, and I'm from Grand Junction. I'm a third-generation Coloradan and a native of Grand Junction. I do apologize. My voice is a little raspy because I have a cold, but I will not ask you to blame anybody for that, nor erect any sort of bubble around me to protect me by it. I just ask for your patience as I choke sometimes. As I hear some of the comments today, I remember as a child growing up that there were some inversions in the Grand Valley, which happen all the time, that I remember some of these inversions that could choke a cat. And in the last 20 or 30 years, we just don't see those very much anymore. And so a lot of my friends and fellow natives, when we see people in the Johnny-comes-latelys complaining about the inversions, we kind of snicker a little bit, saying you should have seen them about 40 years ago. So in that experience and observation, the oil and gas industry and the energy industry over the last 30 years possibly has had some impact on that and made things a little bit better. So we can always take things with a grain of salt. It is important and necessary that we do what we can to be able to keep our air clean. I'm a father of 3, and I am definitely here to be able to try and protect them and ensure that they have a good future. I've also had the unique experience of being able to live, work, and visit many different places like London, Moscow, Beijing, Hong Kong, Sao Paulo, Mexico City, and I've seen what little regulation or no regulation can do. So regulation can be a good thing, but there has to be a right way to be able to do these things. And I feel that in some aspects, what is being presented here is the wrong approach. For example, the emission controls, especially in regards to methane and ethane, are too aggressive, as methane has been found by the EPA to not be an ozone-producing pollutant. And also many different environmental factors come into play in different regions. I feel that a one-size-fit-all type policy is naive. There are many different considerations that need to come into play. And as many of you know, what's good in D.C. does not always work out well in Colorado. And as Commissioner Coons can understand, what is a good idea in Denver is not always a good idea in Western Colorado. So I just ask you to please go back and revisit the key elements of these efforts to be able to come up with specific policies that are applicable to the various unique areas within Western Colorado as well as the rest of the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Don Pettigrove, followed by Carrie Coney. I may have mispronounced it. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Don Pettigrove. I'm also from Grand Junction, 35-year resident there, 3 children and 10 grandchildren now. So I've been there long enough to see a lot of the changes that have occurred, but consistently our air pollution quality problems in the Grand Valley are due to natural events, inversions that we get that trap the cold air near the ground in the winter. But our most dangerous, probably, and most obvious, is fugitive dust blowing in from Utah, which we get frequently in spring and seasonal changes. The next most serious air quality problem we have, I think, is naturally occurring forest fires in the area that pollute the valley, and it gets trapped in the valley also. From that, I'd like to go, I generally agree with Regulations 3 and 6 and their implementation. However, Regulation 7 and its, as regards methane, I think is unnecessary. I don't think it's really in the purview of the Commission to regulate methane as a greenhouse gas or a pollutant, either one. I've looked in the Commission's regulations and the definitions section, and methane is not even listed there. I don't know if I missed it, but I looked twice and I didn't even find it there, so I'm not sure how that's even a consideration. The goal of the regulations and desire of the people of this state is to control pollutants that contribute to smog, ozone, and other problems. And again, methane is not one of those pollutants that contributes to any of that. The reality in the atmospheric world is that the ozone, or the global warming gases, as we call them, only make up about 5% of the atmospheric blend. And 95% of that 5% is something called water vapor. Beyond that, carbon dioxide makes up a smaller portion of about 3%, and methane makes up less than 1%. It's hardly a considerable polluter or contributor of anything. I don't think that methane in that regard is worthy of it. And the other question I have is, what is the nexus between drilling and methane considerations? There is naturally occurring methane. How much new methane is being contributed to the atmosphere by the drilling operations? And methane is such a small component of the atmosphere to start with. Man's contribution through drilling operations or whatever is an even smaller component. So I don't see that it's a worthwhile need to regulate methane.
Mr. Pettigrove, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Covey, followed by Christy Zeller.
Those terrible French last names are hard to pronounce.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Carrie Cooey. I and my family operate a ranch just south of Silt, Colorado. As ranchers and parents of 6 beautiful and healthy children, I like clean air and I like clean water, and it's important to us in our livelihood, but we would never support anything that would risk that. We have lived and worked around oil and gas wells for many years and have come to know the industry of one that is very conscientious about its duty to protect the natural environment in which they work. We have also never experienced any problems with our air quality, despite being in close proximity to numerous gas wells on and near our property, including a compressor station. We also have seen how important the industry is to our community. We have watched as our local town was built on the backs of the natural gas industry, and we have seen the despair when it has left. Oil and gas development has paid for local roads, bridges, schools, and hospitals, and provided incomes to our friends and neighbors that help build the community we love. So I get a little offended when I hear accusations that this industry, that is so much a part of the local community, is somehow responsible for dirty air as I see hanging over Denver as I drive into town. And then, when regulations are imposed that will assign the same stringent and costly guidelines and procedures on the people who operate their wells in my neighborhood, as on the ones that are a stone's throw from this city, I have to shake my head. In a state like ours, a one-size-fits-all approach does not work. And in my part of the state, where the industry is struggling due to many factors outside of its control, any more unnecessary costs will be devastating, not just to our friends and neighbors in the industry, but our friends and neighbors that depend on the economy and the community it builds as well. Please take a moment to consider the effect that this will have on places like my community of applying blanket regulations over the entire state. Thank you for your time.
Christy Zeller, followed by Nishama Abraham. And I'm going to ask those of you who have handouts to please leave them with our staff person, Teresa, over here. Thank you. That way we'll make sure we'll get them in the record.
My name is Christy Zeller. My great-grandfather homesteaded in Bayfield, Colorado, and I'm a 33-year resident of Durango, Colorado. I'm a former school board member, and I'm also the director of the La Plata County Energy Council. I appreciate this opportunity to provide comments to you on behalf of our 44 individual and company members who we believe operate to the highest standards with their community always in mind. 23% of the total natural gas produced in the state of Colorado comes from La Plata County. 76% of the state's coal bed methane production comes from La Plata County. Oil has very little significance in La Plata County, and we produce only 0.07% of the state's total oil. Drilling permits have declined, and drilling activity and production for natural gas are all in decline. Some of our coal bed methane wells and many of our conventional wells and all of our older oil wells are in fact marginal wells. Any increased costs for regulatory rules, like the ones being proposed here, could cause operators to elect to shut in individual wells because these wells cannot sustain the increased costs. Coal bed methane is different. It contains little to no volatile organic compounds, and these proposed rules would have significant impacts on operators north of the Ute Line, because operators south of the Ute Line would be exempted from these proposed rules. The importance of production in La Plata County cannot be overstated. La Plata County residents rely heavily on existing production for property tax, royalty payments, and funding for school districts and other special districts. The top 10 property taxpayers are all oil and gas companies, and they have paid as much as 65% of all property taxes. Property taxes would have to go up between 300 and 800% if we were not in that county. Over a 20-year period, local governments, special districts, fire departments, schools, and libraries have successfully received energy impact grants that total over $62 million. Federal mineral and severance tax distributions are also important income sources, and all could be in jeopardy by the proposed rules. In La Plata County, we have naturally occurring methane seeps. The methane flux from the 2012 survey was estimated to be 9,371 MCF a day. These naturally occurring fugitive releases are larger than the daily production of some of our older wells. I implore you to apply this to non-attainment areas only. I request that methane provisions be deleted in its entirety. These proposed rules will cost too much in our rural part of the state, where we also have over 12,000 septic tanks, 1 landfill, 2 closed landfills, and numerous wastewater treatment plants, all producing methane. The division has not justified the rules as written. These other emission sources produce large amounts of methane in comparison to the 3,334 active wells. Let me tell you a story about my Aunt Ethel. She's 82 years old and she's in terrific health. She was living on $671 a month in Social Security. Her royalty
Seller,
check
I'm
last
going to
month
ask you
was-
to wrap up, please.
I will. Her royalty check last month was $1,532. Any increased associated regulatory costs may jeopardize my Aunt Ethel's quality of living. And I truly appreciate all of your thoughts, your time, your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Neshama Abraham, followed by Martin Spector.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for your service to our state. I'm Neshama Abraham. I live in Boulder, and I've lived there for about 18 years. I am serving as a volunteer on the City of Boulder's Natural Gas Working Group, and part of what we're looking at are best practices that natural gas, oil and gas operators use for producing product. I am also, I have served for the Sierra Club on the Beyond Oil and Gas team, and I don't consider myself to be a flat earther. I think, in fact, that when you look at, it's a very complicated subject that we're dealing with because we have the economics and jobs of oil and gas extraction, and we need natural gas to heat our homes at this point and office buildings. But we also have to look at the fact that it's not sustainable for the environment or people's health. I think this proceeding is really excellent because what we're talking about, and I feel very proud that we're at this point in time where we're looking at how do you best detect and prevent leaks of methane. And obviously it's not just methane. We're using that. It's a good word to hold the umbrella of all the VOCs, all the emissions that come out. I want to first say that there's the rules in the draft regulations are really good, and I support them. It's not strong enough to just ask for low bleed pneumatic devices because we really want to prevent leaks at the maximum amount. It's no bleed electronic. Monthly inspections with a flare camera is really good, much better than quarterly or annually, especially at well pads that are near people, and I would say within a mile of people because you can smell hydrogen sulfide. That's been reported a mile out. When a leak is detected, I would ask you to have the regulations require 24 hours to repair it. That's very doable because there are remote controls that could turn off the well at that moment. There's a need for more transparency when there are leaks, when they're reported, because anyone who wants to see best practices of a particular operator, it's so hard to get that information right now. You have to dig through layers and layers. So it's available, but it should be made really transparent and easy to get to on a website, whether it's the COGCC or the CDPHE's website. Obviously, statewide is the appropriate choice about better regulations because the people in the western slope deserve the same protection as any other Coloradian. I would encourage in the thinking about this that methane detection is not a hindrance to the industry. It ought to be perceived as something that helps the industry save product. I'd like to discuss the idea of...
Ms. Abraham, I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. Please look at the best way for monitoring leaks as they happen. We call it continuous methane monitoring. But if you could please do a study between now and June, that's what are the best techniques to do that, the equipment and the costs, that kind of modeling, because that's the only way we're really going to prevent methane leaks is if we can detect them. Oh, and think of, I'm sorry, one more thing. I've brought you a gift, and it's a documentary, 28 minutes, called Backyard. Think about the people who live near the wells, because that's where the detection matters the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abraham. Next, we have Martin Spector, followed by Josh Joswick.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Spector. I'm from Boulder, Colorado. I'm a private citizen. I've received no royalties or contributions from any organization, be it environmental or extractive industry. I'd like to talk about methane. We speak about natural gas as if it's just pure methane. Methane is the main constituent of it. But when we're dealing with fracked natural gas, we also have the so-called witch's brew of chemical solvents which are injected into the wells under extremely high pressure. Those come out with the natural gas. Also, when natural gas comes out, there are other volatile organic compounds, VOCs, which contribute to air pollution. I'm calling for continuous methane monitoring, continuous methane monitoring. The technology is available to have them located strategically on the wellheads to monitor the release of methane. Methane would be the indicator that stuff is coming out. And the stuff includes benzene, which caused my grandmother's death from liver cancer, toluene, xylene. You've heard all the names before. And there are other names that I can't even begin to pronounce. So the bottom line is I think that the rules should be uniformly enforced across the state. I think the pristine areas should stay pristine. We shouldn't end up like Weld County, which should be spelled W-E-L-L-E-D. I applaud you for your work, and I'd like to remind you of a saying by Abraham Lincoln who said, if you want to test a person's character, give him or her power. I hope you'll use your power wisely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Josh Joswick, followed by Frank Smith.
Is this working?
Mm-hmm.
It is. It says 148.
Oh, look at the other one.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I just lost 10 seconds. I'm Josh Joswick. I'm a former three-term La Plata County Commissioner. Thank you for having this today. It is surprising how many definitions of victim you can find, but nowhere will you find victim, the world's most powerful industry, upon being subject to air emissions regulations. And yet that is the claim being made for this rulemaking, the industry victim of an out-of-control state bureaucracy hell-bent on regulating it out of the state. That claim is a perversion. There are victims here, and it's not the industry. The victims are the people who have to breathe the air that the industry fouls. This commission can actually do something about that, and that would be to enhance the draft rules. There is another perversion that's being offered here, and that is the industry wrapping a flag around what it is doing and claiming that minimalist regulations are for the greater good because that promotes energy independence. Everybody here knows this is not about energy independence. This is about the industry's bottom line. According to the December 15th, 2013 Denver Post, the industry is thriving in Colorado. No matter how stringent the rules are that you adopt, the operators will continue to do just fine. They know that, yet claim otherwise, and that is the lie, and that's what they need to be called on. For more than 25 years, I've worked to make the industry accountable for its impacts on our air, land, and water. And in that time, despite the industry's mantra that if any proposed rules are adopted, it will leave the state, the industry has never suffered from rules or legislation that purport to regulate it. The reason I'm here today is because you're the AQCC, not the OGCC. You do not have the legislative mandate to foster development. You're here because public health is your mandate, and I'm a man of faith, and I have faith that you'll do that. Anyone sitting on this commission who feels it is his or her obligation to lessen the economic impacts these rules would bring to the industry is wrongly motivated. Any operator who cannot afford to meet the standards that meaningful regulation would bring should not be allowed to operate in the state. Please do better than your counterparts at the OGCC and enact rules that actually mean something. The data speak for themselves. What the industry spews into our air harms us. It will get worse with thousands of more wells being drilled. There is no contesting that. All the industry has is a false economic argument, and that cannot be the basis for rules that mean anything. These rules are a good start, but you can make them much stronger, and they need to be applied statewide. Like I say, I'm from Colorado, southwest Colorado, and even down there are people who like to see their air. Me, I'm a man of faith. I don't need to see the air to know it's still there. Help me keep that faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Smith, followed by Kelly Sloan.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner, Mr. Chair. My name is Frank Smith, and I'm with the Western Colorado Congress. However, the words that I'm about to enter into the record are on behalf of one of our members from Mesa County who was unable to join us on this trip. She was just under the weather. So what I'm about to read is on behalf of Ms. Margaret Rollins, Peggy Rollins, of the Grand Junction area at 519 Liberty Cap Court. However, before I do so, I just handed to one of your staff persons a recent editorial from the Grand Junction Sentinel, which does, in fact, support those rules proposed by the Air Quality Control Commission, printed this Sunday. So your staff now does have physical copies of this Sunday's edition. In the words of Peggy Rollins from Grand Junction, we who live under a smog inversion and breathe toxic pollutants feel differently than Mesa and Garfield County commissioners. Their concerns are the economic effects of the new proposed regulations just on one industry. Scientists, however, now classify polluted air as a Group 1 cancer source, along with plutonium, silica dust, ultraviolet radiation, and tobacco smoke. My work, Peggy Rollins' work, for clean air began 18 years ago when she moved to Garfield County and was surrounded by gas rigs, flaring, odors, and waste pits. She was in a cobbler shop in Rifle when the phone rang. It was the fire station. There was a fire. The cobbler left to go fight the fire, and she followed. A rig had fallen and was engulfed in flames. Did the gas company call this in? No. Residents from about 300 feet away did. The men put out the fire, but it was dangerous for them, as they were not trained to put out chemical fires. And it certainly was not good for nearby residents. I was called to visit many sick and upset people in Garfield County after rigs went up in their area. One case was a ranch where a bluish-green haze hung low with a strong odor. The owner called to tell me she was shocked when a number of her animals aborted. I went to visit a woman who was so happy that she and her husband had found a perfect retirement home until the gas company arrived in 1997 and told them that they were putting in gas wells 300 foot from their houses. Their neighbor's water well exploded in the process and spewed fracking fluid everywhere, which peeled the paint off their house. The gas company told them to stop drinking their water. 4 months later, they were told their water was safe, even though it fizzed like soda. They suffered headaches, burned eyes, skin rashes, and blisters. She developed a rare foreign accent syndrome, which made it difficult to understand
Mr. Smith,
her.
I'm going to have to ask you to sum up, please.
Absolutely. I will jump to the end. You all have written copies of her statement. In conclusion, she writes that she has included 7 pages of Colorado people whose health has been affected by gas drilling and the, quote, health consequences of air pollution by Utah Physicians for a Healthy Environment, updated January 11th of 2014. Thank you for holding this hearing and hearing my words on behalf of Peggy Rollins. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Kelly Sloan, followed by Paul Wyatt.
Thank you, Mrs. Vice Chairman and Commission. Again, and good afternoon. My name is Kelly Sloan. I'm a resident of Grand Junction, and I'm speaking as the Energy Policy Fellow at Centennial Institute, a think tank associated with Colorado Christian University, and as one who has grown up around oil and gas wells and has worked around them my whole life. As a conservative organization, Centennial is as naturally at home with the concept of conservation as we are with a presumption against government interference in the economic lives of its citizens. We recognize that those positions are not mutually exclusive, just as we recognize that there are circumstances that warrant limited government involvement in the establishment of some reasonable base ground rules. But where this is required, it's imperative that the establishment of those regulations be prudent, circumspect, and approached in a manner that anticipates and prevents unintended consequences, which can be damaging and counterproductive. In regards to some of the proposals you are now considering, specifically Rule 7, the blanket approach being taken in implementing them statewide will pose such consequences. There are considerable differences between producing basins in this state, particularly between the natural gas producing Piceance Basin near where I live and the more heavily urbanized Front Range. These differences include population, level of industrial activity, climate, geography, and petrophysical characteristics, which translate into very different emission and air quality profiles. Imposing identical regulatory requirements on 2 such widely different airsheds will result in a disadvantageous cost-benefit ratio to operators in basins where air quality is very good, such as on the western slope, and therefore driving up costs. This is undeniable. These costs will be borne by smaller companies in a region that is already experiencing economic difficulties, who primarily produce the natural gas that has ironically resulted in a dramatic decrease in emissions nationwide. Colorado is gaining a reputation as a national laboratory for untested public policies, and while this is good to a certain extent, as this is how the nation was envisioned and supposed to work, there does come a point where we need to evaluate just how much experimentation is healthy and at what cost it comes. I ask you to keep these points in mind and to rely on hard science rather than emotion as you deliberate over the next few days, and I thank you for your time and your service to our state.
Thank you. We have Paul Wyatt, followed by Rick Blotter. If I got that right, I apologize. If not.
Hi, my name is Paul Wyatt, and I'm a resident of Mesa County for 42 years, and I've been in the drilling industry for 19 years. It is inappropriate that these proposed regulations are intended to be applied across the entire state with no regard given to the individual circumstances in the different regions of Colorado. This state is made up a number of oil and gas producing basins, each with entirely different characteristics, excuse me, and an entirely different airshed. How, for instance, can the same air quality rules apply to Denver as apply to Rifle, Colorado? The 2 places could not be more different in terms of air quality, and yet these rules would apply the exact same standards to both. This makes no sense. If there is a problem with one region air quality, then the appropriate measures need to be marshaled to fix it. I understand that, but what I don't understand is how you then can turn around and apply the same remedy to another region that does not have the problem nor the circumstances in place to create the problem. Western Slope oil and gas development is not causing air quality problems in the Front Range or vice versa. As such, the Western Slope in our industry should not be punished for something that is occurring elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Blotter, followed by William Liggett.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rick Blotter. I live in central Elbert County, and I'm representing myself today. 3 years ago, a landman offered to lease the mineral rights below our ranch. Since then, I've learned about the air quality issues related to gas and oil drilling. I will not lease my land. Our county commissioners just passed regulations that will streamline the permitting process for all oil and gas development. This has made some of the large landowners happy. I'm not happy. I'm concerned about our public health, safety, and our property values. I know industry exerts influence on your decisions. That's our system. I also know that industry doesn't like regulations, nor does it like inspections. They cut into their profits. Government, y'all, in my opinion, need to protect our public health and safety with strict regulations and enforcement. The Commission needs to hold industry in check. In a perfect world, industry would police itself. But we know that that doesn't happen. Look at the Elk River chemical spill in West Virginia. No, that's not in Colorado, but it's typical of what goes on with the industry. I'm sure we could create a list of industrial calamities that have resulted in either loss of life or damage to property or to the environment. Major industries that were either unregulated or whose operations were not frequently inspected were the cause. How can government allow calamities like this to happen? How can you let this happen? How can you, by not passing meaningful regulations, allow even one child to develop asthma, one senior to have a stroke, or one pregnant woman to have other than a normal birth of her child? How can you take a chance? Doesn't the precautionary principle have to apply here? I've read that the cost of following these regulations will force the industry out of Colorado. I don't know, but any industry that can afford to pay billions of dollars to lobby for favorable legislation, promote themselves through advertisement, buy scientists to prove that their operations are safe, and still make billions of dollars of profit every quarter, they can certainly afford to protect our public safety and health. Just one last thought. I know I have 5 seconds. No amount of regulation can ever make toxic fracking safe. Thank you.
Thank you. William Liggett, followed by Mike Taylor.
My name is Dr. William Liggett. I'm from Boulder. I'm a concerned citizen speaking on my own behalf. My background, I have an undergraduate degree in geology, a PhD in applied social psychology, and retired from a career as a behavioral scientist at IBM. I'm not an expert on the oil and gas industry, but I am concerned about the environment and health issues. Testifying is not something that I normally do. This is actually a first for me. I applaud you and the state, the government, and the industry for the proposed regulations, and I do believe they are an excellent start. We need to see them, however, as a beginning and not an end of this process. As an industry, there's a need for continuous quality improvement. And in this industry, especially, there are still many unknowns, especially given the current and projected scale and scope of natural gas exploration and production. So I believe there's a need for monitoring of the entire system and the entire process. I came across recently a study reported in Nature from 2012, conducted by NOAA and CU, indicating the title was Air Sampling Reveals High Emissions from Gas Field. You're probably familiar with that article. Indicating that we don't really understand the scope of emissions from the full scope of the production of gas. If methane were oil, we might see black plumes coming from our production facilities. If methane were radioactive, we would be thoroughly monitoring the whole process. If you can imagine all the control room of a nuclear power plant and all of the gauges and dials monitoring that process because it's radioactive. However, methane is odorless and colorless, and therefore we need instruments to even detect leaks. So as it stands now, there's really very little data available to evaluate the magnitude of the problem of methane leaks. After wells are drilled and put into production, there's only periodic spot checking to monitor for leaks. The concern is that methane is about 20 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than CO2, and once released, it remains in the atmosphere for years. Based on this same study by NOAA and CU, the benefits of natural gas over coal for reducing greenhouse gases could be wiped out by the leaking of methane, which, according to their study, and I know it's controversial, is estimated to be 4% of the production is lost. The fact of the matter is we just don't know how much methane is leaking, and that we need data to determine it. So, as I understand it, there are at least two ways of increasing our detection.
Mr. Liggett, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Has that been 3 minutes?
It is.
Oh, my goodness.
Goes quickly.
Yes, it sure does. Anyway, I would advocate a pilot test of the methods for monitoring, continuous monitoring of methane leaks, and use of portable handheld detectors to supplement the regulations that you're proposing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Taylor, followed by Kay Fissinger.
Good afternoon. Mike Taylor. I live in Longmont, beside Weld County. I'm beyond concerned that the health of every Colorado citizen seems to be nothing more than a political toy manipulated by the deceit, half-truths, and lies championed by our governor, the oil and gas industry, and apparently at least one Colorado state senator. These new air restrictions simply add to the regulation sham, a sham because enforcement is the only formula for strong regulations. And history has proven to us that self-reporting is not enforcement. It seems to be a free pass for the industry to continue polluting. I'm concerned that the new air regulations are hoping for a 34% emission reduction, which is fabulous. But with new wells coming online every day, that means adding new pollution every day. So when does this 34% become reduced to 25%, 15%, less? We're gaining, but are we losing at the same time? Why not zero allowed emissions? An industry is so advanced as the oil and gas industry that can do what they do, incredible technology and engineering. It seems logical to me that they could also create a zero emission product. In 2012, according to the Market Watch report, the top 5 oil and gas industries earned over $100 billion and received $2.4 billion in tax benefits. With that in light, this commission does not need to give any concessions to the oil and gas industry, economic concessions. I've endured 2 nerve-related health problems during my brief 3 years of living in Colorado. It's well known that chemical exposure can have a direct link to nerve problems, but the line is not direct enough for any kind of proof. But I am concerned that the VOCs that I am forced to breathe may have had, and probably did have, an effect on the 2 nerve illnesses that I've dealt with. Finally, and very importantly, I think the public should be informed every time there's an air quality issue. In many cases, bad ozone days can be forecast due to weather conditions. As a mild asthmatic and someone who loves to run and bike and walk and be outdoors, I'd like to have the information to make good decisions. You as a commission have been given the authority and mission to create any regulations necessary to keep our air clean throughout the entire state and to protect our health. You do not need approval from the governor or the oil and gas industry. All you need is to perform the duty by demanding the best for Colorado citizens. Please do not let my health become a political toy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
That was close.
Kay Fissinger, followed by Robert Curitan.
My name is Kay Fissinger. I live in Longmont. a little more than a stone's throw from Weld County, which has nearly 20,000 wells, and planning to grow the number just as fast as acquiring drill rigs will allow. I'm a stage 3 lung cancer survivor who lost the upper left lobe of her lung. I was blessed. They expected to remove the entire left lung. I was hospitalized for 20 days. To have the best chance of surviving, I went through 7.5 weeks of chemo-augmented radiation and 3.5 cycles of chemotherapy using 2 different chemo drugs. I ask you to imagine what that was like. I also have COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. That's incurable. I receive email notices when the air is bad in our region. These last few weeks, we've had warnings of unhealthy air for sensitive people. I wouldn't have needed the notice. I could feel it. It became much harder to get enough oxygen for even simple activities, like walking. COPD does get worse if the causes are not removed. I recall studies done in western rural Colorado and Utah during the winter when it was cold, a time not likely to pose ozone problems. Oil and gas VOCs and methane emissions were the cause of that unhealthy air. The 30% solution negotiated between Governor Hickenlooper and Anadarko and Noble is considered a move in the right direction because it deals with methane emissions. But it's not nearly enough. I have 2 great-grandsons and a little girl on the way. Their developing lungs should not be exposed to front-range air emissions caused by oil and gas activity. It is wrong to look for a number driven by industry costs and political necessity. The standards being considered at these hearings should be based on the cost to people, not just their unreimbursed dollars for illness, but the damage and suffering that the contaminated air causes. You can do better, much better. And you can do that now, not sometime. You exist to protect the people, not to coordinate with the oil and gas industry for a minimum number that they will accept. Remember me and people like me when you make your final decisions. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you. Robert Curitin, followed by Jeanette Whitcomb.
My name's Robert Curitin. I live in Greeley. I want to thank you for allowing public comment through letters, emails, telephone, and in person. I know that having all of those options available have been helpful to lots of citizens. Greeley, great from the ground up. In lots of ways, Greeley is great. In one area, it is not. Death, taxes, and drilling are sure things. They seem to be a given in Greeley in year 2014 and for the foreseeable future. The drilling part can be changed in at least one significant way. That significant way is the proposed air quality standards that you are currently considering. What an opportunity. This opportunity points to a best practice, or at least a significantly better practice in oil and gas drilling, processing, storage, and transport. We applaud this commission for taking this better practice step. Obviously, major players like Anadarko and Encana and Noble are striving for what they see as best practices, taking technology already available to improve our air quality. A smaller, more regional company, Synergy, has also agreed to the standards. But groups that include the Environmental Defense Fund, Conservation Colorado, and our own Weld Air and Water are pursuing best practices too. They all support the standards. To have agreement of this kind in such a divisive territory as oil and gas drilling is truly inspiring. Again, what an opportunity we have. Please consider continuing this inspiring opportunity by making these proposed standards a reality for the state of Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeanette Whitcomb, followed by Fred Cleaver.
Hi, my name is Jeanette Whitcomb, and I'm the Senior Environmental Health Program Coordinator for Aspen's Environmental Health and Sustainability Department. I'm here representing the City of Aspen. First, I want to thank you for your meeting on the Western Slope this past summer to hear from the other side. Given Aspen's economic dependence on a stable climate and methane's significant heat-trapping potential, the City of Aspen supports the state of Colorado's effort to quantify and reduce emissions of this potent greenhouse gas associated with oil and gas protection through the passage of Regulations 3, 6, and 7. The City of Aspen also encourages the statewide uniform application of these proposed regulations across attainment and non-attainment areas of Colorado. Historically, the Commission has passed regional-specific air quality regulation that left the Western Slope vulnerable in regards to air quality protection when new industries and air pollution sources emerged on the Western Slope. Over the past 3 years, the City of Aspen has seen an increase in ozone levels, with one day in 2012 having an 8-hour average of 75 parts per billion. The control measures outlined in Regulations 3, 6, and 7 reduce the release of air pollutants that degrade our air regardless of an area's EPA attainment status. The City of Aspen requests that the Commission pass proposed Regulations 3, 6, and 7 to preserve and promote good air quality throughout Colorado. These statewide regulations recognize that we share our air. I thank you for your service.
Thank you. Fred Cleaver, followed by Judy Curitan.
Thank you. My name is Fred Cleaver. I'm speaking today to support the strongest rules possible. Oil development, especially in an urban area such as where I live in Greeley, is by its nature a community enterprise. It relies on forced pooling that redistributes mineral rights from property owners who do not wish to lease, such as me, and awards them to a company to develop and sell the oil and gas. When the state gives away our property, they have a duty to see that it is used responsibly. This should include the strongest possible regulations for environmental safety. I want these regulations so I know my property is not being used to harm me and my neighbors. We have a tendency to look on government regulation as socialism and the enemy of a free market, but the fracking industry could not exist as it does in a free market. It depends on the state laws that establish the corporate socialism that provides the product it sells. The government that's providing the subsidy can and should add rules and enforcement that protect public health and the air we breathe. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Curitan, followed by Wendy Hybe.
First, I would like to thank the Air Quality Control Commission for holding these hearings. And second, I'd like to thank each individual member for your patience. It probably appears as if I'm standing here alone, but I am not. So if you would, please imagine standing with me many others from Greeley and Weld County, ground zero, who support what I am going to say. Those standing with me that I've asked you to imagine are members of Weld Air and Water, members of the Greeley chapter of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, members of Well 350, the children and adults from the Children's Garden in Greeley, the gardeners from the Ubuntu Garden in Greeley, and the editorial board of the Greeley Tribune, whose editorial I'm leaving with your staff because they support this process and they really like these regulations. Now that you have that image in your mind, I would like to read to you a portion of the letter that my husband and I wrote, which was published in the Greeley Tribune under a heading that the editorial staff chose themselves, which says, "Proposed Air Quality Regulations Make Sense." The Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment negotiated the new rules with the Environmental Defense Fund and 3 oil and gas companies, Noble Energy, Encana, and Darko, that operates wells around the state. That's a quote from the Washington Post article by Reed Wilson. Some may argue that these regulations do not go far enough. Others may argue that they go too far. But common ground has been established by the important stakeholders in the state of Colorado, as all have agreed that methane is a dangerous gas that needs to be regulated. It is almost as if the last wish of the man who is called the father of fracking is coming true. George Mitchell, who has passed at this point, stated in his last interview, July 2012, that he favored more regulation of fracking. Forbes magazine, July 2nd, 2013. So, congratulations, Colorado. Almost. We could be the first state in the nation to regulate methane emissions from oil and gas operations, and to do so in a cost-effective way. That keeps our air cleaner, creates a healthier future for all of us, and especially for our future generations. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Wendy Hybe, followed by Karen Day, I think it is.
Thank you. I'm Wendy Hybe. I live in central Greeley, 13 blocks due west of the Midtown directional site, a proposed hydrofracturing location. It will likely be approved by the city's planning commission in March. The Midtown site is aptly named. It is in the middle of a city where thousands of people live and work each day. So imagine, if you will, that this industrial site is the center of a circle, and fanning out all around it is city life, corridors of activity, emanating like spokes on a wheel, arteries to a heart. I invite you to take a walking tour with me down one radius of this circle of life, 16th Street. I live on 17th Avenue. If we walk half a block north from my house, we're on 16th Street. Here's the hospital, North Colorado Medical Center. As we head east, we walk through a residential neighborhood. The population density here ranges from approximately 4,000 to 7,000 persons per square mile. So now we've walked 3 blocks east, and we're at 14th Avenue. Here we passed Greeley Central High School with a student body of almost 1,400 teenagers. We walked 4 more residential blocks to the east. We're only 6 blocks away from the Midtown fracking site. Here we're at Margie's Blue Mug Coffee Shop, and to the south is the northern boundary of the University of Northern Colorado. Over 12,000 students attend UNC. About 3,000 of them live on campus. We're almost at the fracking site. Just a few more blocks to go. Here we are at 8th Avenue. It's the business route of Highway 85, a narrow commercial district. Here at the intersection is a gas station, a laundromat, a pizzeria, and a mosque. The population density here is very high, exceeding 7,400 persons per square mile. As you would expect in a university neighborhood, there are lots of student rentals. Just 4 blocks east, and we'll be at the fracking site, the epicenter. We pass by small lots with working-class homes. We cross the railroad tracks, pass an apartment complex, and we've arrived. We're at the epicenter at the proposed Midtown directional site. So thank you for taking this walk with me along 16th Street, an artery filled with life, where thousands of people reside, work, and attend school. And thank you in advance for protecting us with your wise, well-considered, and health-protecting regulations. Because of the judicious wisdom I know you will exercise, the students and families who rent in the neighborhood immediately surrounding the site will be safer. They will breathe in fewer VOCs. On behalf of the thousands of people who work and reside in Greeley, I thank you for protecting us in the strongest manner possible. Thank you so much for hearing me today.
Thank you. Karen Day, followed by James Lockhart. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name.
It's Dyke.
Dyke. Thank you.
Poor handwriting. Thank you. My name is Karen Dyke, but today I'm here to speak up for my grandchildren, Autumn, Laura, and Charlie. Frequently, we hear a plea to stop sending carbon into the atmosphere, that we are causing climate change. And the question is, what kind of future are we leaving for our children and grandchildren? While that question is vital, I bring to you today a different question. What kinds of pollution are we making them endure now? This is occurring now, not in some distant, dismal future. I live in Longmont, where we frequently have a yellow-brown haze hanging over the city. I'm in Boulder County, about a mile west of Weld County, and all the extraction operations. I looked at the CDPHE website as I was writing this, and the air quality for Boulder was listed as unhealthy for sensitive groups. Children who play outside are in a sensitive group, but I'm most concerned about Charlie. Charlie gets frequent colds with a lingering cough. You see, Charlie was born a preemie at 2 pounds and 1 ounce. He fought so hard to survive. His parents and I cheered him on as he met developmental milestones. However, since he was a preemie, he continues to be at an increased risk from air pollution. Air pollution increases the risk of asthma in children. Why do we allow this pollution? As a retired nurse, it is frightening to me to think of the health effects of the increased ozone and other air pollutants. I spent most of my time as a nurse in intensive care settings. I have witnessed patients struggling for breath due to asthma and other lung condition. Anyone with asthma or COPD is affected by ozone levels and poor air qualities. I have friends who tell me they spend days inside when the pollution is bad. Air pollution is also known to increase the rate of heart disease and premature deaths. Why do we allow this pollution? Wells and condensate tanks are being placed next to schools, in parks, and next to homes. We know there is pollution in the form of benzene and other VOCs present. They aren't supposed to be in our air. Why do we allow this pollution? It is also concerning to read new studies that report lower birth weights, lower Apgar scars, and birth defects for babies whose mothers live close to fracking sites. Why do we allow this pollution? The technology exists to capture all these gases and fugitive emissions. An increased cost of doing business can't be at the expense of the health of my grandchildren and other citizens. The cost affected by the increased medical bills and sick leave is much higher than the cost of stopping the pollution. Frequent inspections must be done to assure the citizens that standards are met and that the industry is not just polluting itself. The fines must be high. And if there's multiple instances, the company cannot be allowed to drill. Zero emissions and zero tolerance are necessary. As I said at the beginning, this isn't about climate change, which is a future catastrophe. This is about poisoning the air my children and grandchildren breathe now. The standards proposed don't prevent the poisoning of our air. I beg you to think of children and grandchildren and act to stop pollution. Strengthen the rules. It is possible to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. James Lockhart, followed by Lauren Swain.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jim Lockhart. I live in El Paso County. We have our own air quality problems and our own attainment issues, which may not be the same as the rest of the Front Range. I'm here today because I'm concerned over suggestions that you adopt a tiered regulatory approach, setting less strict standards for counties which have cleaner air. I read in Sunday's Denver Post a 6-page paid advertisement from the oil and gas industry touting what clean technology, including methane capture, they were developing. Please take them at their word. Please agree with them that there is newer, cleaner technology coming online. These technologies should not exist just for the purpose of advertising and public relations. They should be written into the regulations. If you set standards that are lower than the best available technology at a time when the industry is telling you that this technology is improving, then you're simply establishing a right to use obsolescent technology. If you then tier that back and to a lower standard for counties which have a lesser problem, then you're fixing a standard that is 2 steps backward from what is attainable. As the industry's advertising expressly recognizes, methane emission is not simply a local or a county-wide problem. But in any case, the focus of these regulations should be on something better than simply not exceeding local air quality standards. It should be on the best that we can attain. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Lawrence Wayne, followed by Sonia Skakich-Sermon. I know I really butchered that one. I apologize.
Hi, I'm Lauren Swain. I live here in Denver, and I'm a concerned citizen speaking for myself today. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak here. I'm thankful that the proposed new rules offer hope for cleaner air in Colorado. Please do everything you can to strengthen, enforce, and retain the protections for human health and the environment included in the proposed rules and to apply them statewide. Please adopt the proposed residential drilling requirements to protect people living within at least a quarter-mile of the wells. I am very concerned about the reported federal ozone violations caused by the oil and gas industry in Colorado. I'm also concerned about toxic emissions that are not fully accounted for by reporting requirements on the industry or by the proposed rules. This appears to include toxic fumes that evaporate from produced water pits, which is one of the most dangerous sources of air contamination. In addition to the day-to-day releases of toxic fumes, ozone precursors, and methane from normal operations of the industry, there is an ongoing threat of leaks, spills, explosions that occur periodically with heavy industrial drilling and fracking operations. All of these create acute air pollution incidents, yet only leaks are addressed by the proposed air quality rules. No level of air quality regulation can remove the grave dangers imposed on those living near oil and gas operations. The new rules are no substitute for reasonable setbacks free of loopholes. They are no substitute for local control of oil and gas operations, and they are no substitute for the Clean Air Act. The oil and gas industry has obtained exemptions from major provisions of the Clean Air Act, RCRA, which governs hazardous waste management, and 5 other key federal environmental laws that we depend on for our health and safety. Anything short of full compliance with these federal laws shortchanges the American public. The proposed state rules and the limited enforcement the state can bring to bear on the industry cannot replace these federal laws. According to the Wall Street Journal, 15 million Americans live within a mile of a well drilled since the year 2000, and these Americans are not protected by federal law. Colorado is permitting 3,000 new wells every year, and these wells do not have to comply with federal law. If current oil and gas operations are safe, why would the industry find these exemptions to be necessary? The new rules should not be weakened or limited only to areas of the state that fail to comply with federal ozone standards. The rules should be strengthened to include additional safeguards for those unfortunate enough to be beset by drilling in proximity to their homes and schools. This will help mitigate harm while we continue the struggle to provide reasonable setbacks and local restrictions to protect people from these hazardous operations. As we recognize the need for better rules today, we grimly acknowledge that the current rules are inadequate and that our government has...
Wayne, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
I'm wrapping up. That our government has allowed 50,000 wells to be drilled in Colorado without applying the standards necessary to protect human health or the health of our climate. Clearly, not one more well should be drilled until the most rigorous standards and enforcement practices are in place to protect citizens from the harm that toxic and ozone-inducing emissions cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sonia, I'm going to ask you to pronounce your last name for me, and she will be followed by Meredith Roberts.
Thank you. My name is Sonia Skakich-Skrema. I live in Aurora. I'm a medical research coordinator and the founder of the local concerned citizens group, What the Frack Arapahoe. Your mission statement references cost-effective air quality management that promotes clean and healthy air for the sustainability of Colorado's environment, economy, and public health based on scientific evidence and measurable strategies. But the current regulations and the governor's proposed changes rest on inadequate scientific assessment. Much of the relevant data regarding human health and environmental impact and risk from exposure to the full array of gases and chemicals used in the life cycle of oil and gas activities has not yet been collected to inform your decision making. Despite years of complaints from residents of Colorado communities you've heard from today, and despite independent research outlining a matrix of reported and anticipated health impairments, which I fully reference in the written comments I submitted. The collection of emission data has been inadequate in Colorado, not covering the full array of chemicals emitted, some of which continue to remain secret, not to mention their interactive impacts and exposure-related risk assessments, especially for the most vulnerable populations, children, the elderly, the health impaired. And given the clear indicators of harm and risk to health of toxic chemicals and sampled presence of endocrine disruptors which permanently degrade DNA for all future generations, clearly short and long-term studies are imperative at this time. But in the absence today of comprehensive research to establish safety levels for all the chemicals and gases emitted by oil and gas, safety levels that would protect human health, the default emission level for these known toxic chemicals and gases must be 0. Additionally, we're in an unprecedented context of escalating climate change, which the Pentagon and the RAND Corporation tell us threaten future extreme weather events, collapse of agriculture, droughts, food and water wars, if irreversible tipping points are breached. This looming largest public health catastrophe ever in human history requires swift, aggressive, and proportionate policy. It requires 0 emissions of greenhouse gases in order to assure a viable future. While oil and gas will argue that this is not practicable.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to sum up,
This
please.
is my last sentence. Thank you. We count on you to insist that impaired health and a foreclosed future for the next generation is not practicable in our great state of Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you. Meredith Roberts, followed by Jeanette Hillary, and then the commission is going to take a brief recess before we start our phone-in comments.
Hi, my name is Meredith Roberts, and I'm General Counsel for Clean Energy Action, and as some of you may recognize, I come from a family dedicated to clean air. I'm also a new mom. I live close to some wells that are right across the street from me, and the wells are almost as old as I am. My family steps out onto the porch every day and looks east to the brown haze that's visible, and we adjust our time outdoors based on it. I ask you to support the division proposal at a minimum. The proposed rules are a great first step, but we can do better. As I know you're fully aware, these rules matter. You have the authority to make decisions that will make the air cleaner and healthier, not only for my son, Theodore, but for all the kids in the state. We're all at greater risk. All the kids in the state are at greater risk of the harmful effects of breathing ground-level ozone caused by emissions contributed in large part by oil and gas development. I've read all the pleadings. They're long, and I'm sure you have too, so I will I'll spare you the details. But briefly, I do want to say that you do have the authority to do this. The bar that you have to meet is essentially one of reasonableness. This is very reasonable. These are not overreaching. You're doing a great job. Second, the rules cannot be limited to the non-attainment area only. Everyone has the same rights to breathe clean air. And finally, we need these rules. Emissions from oil and gas development contribute to formation of ground-level ozone. Risks of breathing ground-level ozone include reduced lung function, increased susceptibility to infection, aggravated asthma, and permanent lung damage. Theodore is only 1, and his lungs are at the highest risk of this kind of damage. If it were likely to be persuasive, I would have brought him. He's very cute. The big 3 oil and gas producers support the rules, making it clear they're feasible for industry. The environmental groups support them, making it clear they are beneficial for air quality. These rules are a good starting point, and I personally believe they're a minimum. But they're a good start. You have the authority to require control of these emissions, and that decision will make the air we breathe healthier. The rules need to be statewide. I thank you. Theodore thanks you. The citizens of Colorado thank you. And thank you all for your dedication to Colorado's air quality.
Thank you. And our final speaker for this session, Jeanette Hillary.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. My name is Jeanette Hillary, and I'm here representing the League of Women Voters of Colorado. We have recently completed a study and arrived at a member consensus regarding oil and gas drilling operations in the state of Colorado. It is our position that there is a need for tighter rules and regulation to reduce environmental impacts caused by drilling and hydraulic fracturing procedures. The proposed air quality rules are a good start to addressing the environmental impact on air quality from drilling operations. We appreciate the collaboration of the industry and the Environmental Defense Fund, as well as the staff and your presence in helping to forge these proposed rules. As Governor Hickenlooper has stated, these are going to amount to the very best air quality regulations in the country. The Front Range is now out of compliance with federal ozone standards. According to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, the oil and gas industry is responsible for 54% of human-caused VOC emissions and 20% of the nitrogen oxide emissions statewide. There are a number of monitoring stations that are registering ground-level ozone levels that are out of compliance with federal health standards. The proposed regulations would require the oil and gas industry to use technologies to prevent VOC and methane leaks and also inspect their equipment to find and fix leaks. The industry has stated that there have been great technical strides in recent years to prevent leaks through condensate tanks, glycol dehydrators, and flares, all designed to nearly eliminate all methane and VOC releases. The new rules address this and are strongly supported by the League. The issue of the close proximity to residential, school, and other more densely populated areas must be taken into consideration. More vigilance is needed to detect and repair leaks. Monthly inspections may do well in remote areas, but a quicker response is needed in populated areas. It should be hours, not days, to detect and repair. We know the industry feels this is a burden, but the health of Colorado citizens is also paramount. Air is ambient. The new rules should be applied statewide, as there are oil and gas operations throughout the state. The reduction of methane will help not only the citizens and their health, but the industry will benefit with increased profits from the capture. This should be a win-win situation. Again, thank you for being forward in proposing these rules, which, when passed, will make Colorado a leader in the country. Also for the collaboration of interested parties to tackle this much-needed environmental issue. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you to all of our speakers. We're going to take a recess now so that we can prepare for the phone-in comments. We'll resume again at 3 o'clock.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our first speaker is Ms. Smith from Grand Junction, followed by Mr. Weaver from Colorado Springs. So, Ms. Smith, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, really. I don't know where Mike went.
A second, sure.
Oh, nice.
Could she have a break? You would do it happy.
You'll gather all this back in. You'll end up saying whatever you're going to say. We need to make sure that it's quiet in the room so that we can hear them come on, because otherwise we won't hear them. Okay?
Let her get to her seat. We don't touch her. No. An operator handles the whole problem.
Yeah, the operator's name.
The commission is back in session for for telephonic comments from folks around the state. Good afternoon for the people on the phone and those present here. And I would like to ask the people who are here in the room, please be quiet so that we can make sure that we have the proper connection on the phone, and also so that we can all hear the comments from the people who are calling in. For those people who are calling in, my name is John Lowy. I chair the Colorado Air Quality Control Commission. I'm also serving as the hearing officer for this rulemaking hearing. The purpose of this afternoon's call-in session is for the commission to hear from Coloradans regarding the Colorado Air Pollution Control Division's proposed regulations, which are primarily aimed at reducing emissions from oil and gas operations. A number of parties have submitted alternative proposals for the commission's consideration, and you may also comment on those. Because you all have pre-registered and called into a conference line, an operator will connect each of you one at a time, and you will have up to 3 minutes to comment. Once your 3 minutes are up, you will be disconnected by the operator from the call. You are invited to follow the rest of the proceedings via the webcast and you can find details on how to access that webcast on the Air Quality Control Commission's website. Today's comments will supplement those written comments already submitted to the Commission within the noticed public comment period, which began on December 10th of 2013. That record is going to remain open for additional written comments until the conclusion of these proceedings, which will probably be Saturday evening. So if you have additional written comments, please feel free to submit them prior to that time to the Commission. The Commission is just going to be listening to your comments. There will not be a response from division staff or parties to the hearing. Commissioners are very interested in what you have to say. We'll be listening attentively, and we all very much appreciate your participation in calling in. And with that, I'll turn it over to the operator to begin the calls.
Our first speaker is Bonnie Peterson from Grand Junction, who will be followed by Roger Stone from Grand Junction. So, Ms. Peterson, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Peterson. I'm the Executive Director for Club 20. Club 20 is an organization, an advocacy organization with members from 22 counties west of the Continental Divide in Colorado. Our members from across western Colorado recognize the importance of robust state regulations with regard to air quality and the impact of oil and gas development. Our members live in areas with clean air and support reasonable regulations that ensure the best air quality throughout the state. Club 20 believes that rules regarding the development of Colorado's oil and gas reserves should support and encourage the development of those reserves and not be duplicative or unnecessarily restrictive so as to create regulatory processes that will reduce capital investment in Colorado or cause delays to the permitting process. We also support strongly rules that provide appropriate protections for public health, wildlife, and the environment. We stress that rules should be analyzed to assess their economic effects on industry, the state, and local governments. Our Club 20 members believe that a one-size-fits-all regulatory approach is often inappropriate when it comes to the diverse geographies throughout the state, and particularly the western slope. Emissions from dry gas production wells, characteristic of western Colorado gas production, are different than emissions from production-rich wells and liquids like those occurring in the eastern part of Colorado. Factors like geography, terrain, weather, and population can have an impact on emissions across the regions. Regulations should take these factors into consideration based on studies for those areas. The benefits derived from the proposed regulations are greater when the emission potential is higher, as is the case where production is rich in liquids. In many western Colorado areas, there are less emission potential from production activities, resulting in less benefit under the proposed regulations. Production is often more costly in western Colorado, and adding additional costs to regulation without an opportunity to capture comparable benefits is a significant concern to our members. We encourage the Commission to review the production characteristics of basins throughout Colorado, including the San Juan Basin, where coal bed methane is predominant, and establish requirements that make sense given the type of production in each of those areas. Most of the organizations in western Colorado, most of gas companies in western Colorado are small. They're just barely getting by, and regulations that require onerous investment will simply cause them to be less be able to participate in continuing to do their work. Wells in western Colorado are often spread over a large geographically diverse region in western Colorado, and they can render physical monitoring difficult during certain times of the year. We encourage the Commission to consider this fact in establishing rules regarding well monitoring by implementing a varied monitoring schedule during times when access is difficult, once those wells have demonstrated a consistently positive emissions record. We're not asking for exemptions. We're asking for the right type of regulation for the basins throughout Colorado. We believe that regulatory bodies could serve western Colorado communities well by reviewing the efforts of Garfield County. Garfield County has implemented and to develop regulations based on the current science related to this region. Development of regionally appropriate regulatory oversight will support the goal of developing Colorado's resources in an environmentally safe manner while protecting the economies of the West Slope. Garfield County has led the way in balancing competing interests, and we encourage the state of Colorado to follow that lead in the development of new air quality standards related to oil and gas production throughout the state. I think.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Your 3 minutes are up. I appreciate that. Our next speaker is Roger Stone from Grand Junction, followed by Rick Rolls from Rifle. Mr. Stone, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Roger Stone. I'm currently retired and living in the Grand Junction. So I kind of speak for myself and a lot of people that don't normally write letters or stand up, but they nevertheless suffer the effects of bad air like I do. So my career has been in designing electrical systems for the Navy in California and spacecraft for NASA at Greenbelt. And what the previous speaker said about scheduling inspections based on other factors is very true. There's mortality issues, so perhaps the schedule could be relaxed after a year, one season or something like that. But I really strongly support the rules and measures under consideration here. Since moving back to Grand Junction 4 years ago, every winter I've suffered lung congestion and sinus infections. And so my ski time and other outdoor winter activities has been curtailed. And these are some of the main reasons, or part of the main reasons I retired back here in the first place. I just want to give you just to spend a minute about what happens with ground level ozone and how absolutely insidious it is. I moved out to California in 1967 after college, and for the first 5 years out there, ground level ozone and VCOs were must have been far and exceeded any standard, but you couldn't even do outdoor activities, play tennis, anything. Your lungs would just hurt so much, and the schools had to curtail physical activities during these periods. And this is primarily in the winter when we had the inversion layers in the LA basin there. The orange trees in Riverside County were dying, the leaves were turning yellow, and even high up in the mountains of San Bernardino, the pine needle leaves were turning yellow and their trees were dying. So the VCOs and ozone in Southern California came from oil wells, oil-burning power plants, automobiles, landfills, a whole bunch of different things. And the California Air Quality Commission, they literally moved heaven and earth to clean up the air. And while certainly it's not crystal clear by any means, it's far superior to what we breathe in the Grand Valley in the wintertime. And
thank you, Mr. Stone. Your 3 minutes are up. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Rick Rolls from Rifle, followed by Judith Chamberlain from Ridgeway. And Mr. Rolls, you may now begin.
Yeah, my name's Rick Rolls. I live 10 miles south of Rifle. Where I live, we've got 19 wells on the place, and I've got over 100 wells within a mile of my house. Now, I've been asking about emission control since 1997. I've got benzene, toluene, xylene, styrene, and triethylbenzene in my blood. My own life and my livelihood have been severely compromised from this gas. We need to control the emissions from the tanks, the fugitive fumes from the tanks, and also we need to monitor the fumes. I don't know what the rules would be, but on evaporation facilities where they're evaporating the produced water when they can't, well, I feel that evidently they can't treat it properly or sufficient enough to release it back into the water system, so they evap it. And it's just something that shouldn't be done, and if it is, it should be monitored, and what's being released when they're evapping should be monitored. And that's about all I have to say. It's just, I live in, if you drive up the I-70 corridor and you look south of Rifle in the summer, you'll see a blue haze up in the hills. You can't hardly see the hillsides because of it. I live in that blue haze. Thank you for the chance to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Rolls. Our next speaker is Judith Chamberlain from Ridgeway, followed by Christy Belton from Steamboat Springs. May go ahead, Judith.
Hello, my name is Judith Chamberlain, and I'm from Ridgeway in Uray County. My professional background is in medicine and public health. I have a doctoral degree in public health with 15 years public health research experience. I'm calling today to express my support for the proposed new oil and gas air quality regulations and to request that the proposed regulations apply to the entire state of Colorado and not be limited to only the Front Range. During oil and gas extraction, benzene and 7 other known hydrocarbons are produced along with the oil and gas. 3 hydrocarbons are especially harmful to human health: benzene, toluene, and xylene. Benzene is a known Category A human carcinogen, both by oral ingestion and inhalation, based on reliable human evidence as well as supporting animal studies. There's clear causation between exposure to benzene and the occurrence of leukemia, hematologic neoplasms, aplastic anemia, and Hodgkin's lymphoma or other cancer-related effects associated with benzene. The non-cancer effects of benzene include neurotoxicity and depression of bone marrow function, resulting in blood disorders and impairment of the immune system. Because of the lag time between exposure and cancer development, it's difficult to make a direct causal association between natural gas operations and cancer. However, risk modeling indicates that there are definite health concerns. Furthermore, additive effects of these exposures to other carcinogens found in outdoor air, for example, are exposures to hydrocarbons associated with fuel and exhaust from engines and vehicles, lead to increased risk from the acute and long-term exposures. And yet, the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission routinely allows oil and gas and industrial sites to be located within residential areas, exposing nearby residents to these known toxins. I'm in support of the state proposed regulations that would require the oil and gas industry to, 1, use technologies to prevent hydrocarbon and methane leaks, and 2, to inspect their equipment and find and fix leaks. It's troublesome to think these protections would not be extended to the whole state of Colorado. I live in western Colorado partly because of the clean air. To limit these needed protections to only high-density populated areas on the Front Range is, in my opinion, a social injustice. I appreciate your time. Others are trying to call in and having difficulty with the operator.
Okay, and thank you, Ms. Chairman. We appreciate it. Your 3 minutes are up. And our next speaker is Christy Belton from Steamboat Springs, followed by Fran Didier from Grand Junction. Ms. Belton, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Christy Belton. I live in Routt County, which is Steamboat Springs is located in Routt County. I'm calling as a member of the Citizens Supporting Property Rights Group up here in northwest Colorado. I took the time today to make sure that the voices of those of us who live outside of Denver are also heard. I think the intentions of the rules are good. However, I'm concerned about the way that it is to be implemented as a blanket regulation that would affect the entire state. There's no flexibility written into the rules to make allowances for the individual characteristics of the various oil and gas producing regions of the state. Each producing region has its own population density, industry, terrain, weather patterns, and emissions profile, and there is no one set of regulations that can adequately, fairly, or properly cover each one. To my knowledge, oil and gas industry has not caused an ozone problem on the western slope, and neither has it caused air quality issues on the Front Range. Garfield County, to our south, has the second most wells in the state and some of the best air in the state. So I am concerned about the focus that is solely on the oil and gas industry. The costs of these new regulations would also fall squarely on the shoulders of producers and communities located in these rural areas. The areas, especially in some of the southern parts of the county that I live in, would be areas that would be able to least afford these additional costs. So I believe now is not the time to be adding more costs and more red tape when the problem is not with just one industry, especially considering that the benefit would probably not outweigh the costs that would be associated with these regulations. Again, thank you for your time and for considering my thoughts.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dalton. Our next speaker is Fran Didier from Grand Junction, followed by Allison Melton from Crested Butte. Ms. Didier, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Fran Didier from Grand Junction, and I'm calling to support the proposed air quality standards regulating air pollution from oil and gas operations. One of the reasons we enjoy living in Mesa County, Colorado, is because it is a fruit-growing region. Just this week, State Senator Steve King announced plans to help make peaches the official state fruit. However, I'm concerned for all of our Palisade fruit because of the oil and gas operations that are creating VOCs which develop ozone. Reports from the U.S. Department of Agriculture state that ground-level ozone causes more damage to plants than all other air pollutants combined. What concerns me also is that economic damage to plants begins at ozone concentration levels of 40 parts per billion. Palisade is deeply in trouble because summertime ozone levels are in the 60 to 70 parts per billion and sometimes go as high as 90 parts per billion. The economy of the western slope has much to lose if our orchards and vineyards are not reasonably protected for the known effects of ozone. Palisade is producing more award-winning wines, and the AQCC new clean air rules would help significantly to enhance this industry. Another area in Mesa County, Whitewater, has potential to substantially increase pollution if 108 new wells in 4 years would be drilled by the Fram Whitewater project. Unless protections are put in place before the project begins, air quality on the western slope will be significantly polluted. Whitewater is a beautiful community based at the foothills of the Grand Mesa, and the pollution there would affect the city of Grand Junction. According to the Colorado Health Department, the oil and gas industry is responsible for nearly one-third of the human-caused VOCs in our Grand Valley. Mesa County already has over 1,000 active oil and gas wells. I am counting on the Air Quality Control Commission's support of new safety regulations for oil and gas emissions that would help clean our air. Hopefully, there will be no weakening of the rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Didier. We appreciate speaking. Our next speaker is Allison Melton from Crested Butte, followed by Vicki Anderson from Greeley, Colorado. Ms. Melton, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Allie Melton, and I'm the Public Lands Director for High Country Citizens Alliance, which is also known as HICA. I would first like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to provide public comment, and I appreciate the efforts to ensure that those who live far away from the Front Range are still included in this important process. We support the proposed rules as they are a great step to ensuring protection for public health and the protection of Colorado's climate by reducing toxic fumes and localized air pollution that can result from oil and gas operations. We ask that the Commission make changes to the proposed rules only if they will provide more protection to human health and our climate. It's important that the final rules apply uniformly to the state to ensure clean air for all of Colorado. Since 1977, HICA has championed the protection of natural ecosystems in Gunnison County. We have over 750 members, which include hikers, photographers, mountain bikers, backcountry hunters, and anglers. HICA works extensively on oil and natural gas issues in northwestern Gunnison County, which includes much of the North Fork of the Gunnison River. This area is being proposed for large-scale oil and natural gas development. Currently, there are over 200 proposed wells in this area, and we expect to see more. Here in Gunnison County, it isn't just public health and climate that requires clean air. Our economy and ecosystems require it as well. Every year, thousands of people enjoy Gunnison County's natural features, for a variety of activities ranging from fly fishing to backcountry skiing to elk hunting. Summer, fall, and winter are important times for the local economy as the majority of our visitors come to enjoy the scenic mountain vistas, the changing aspens, and to hunt big game. Without clean air, we lose our scenic mountain vistas, our health is put at stake, and wildlife impacts could be great. Clean air, which our sustainable recreation-based economy depends upon, needs to be protected. These proposed rules are the first step to ensuring such protection. Given the proposed rules even make economic sense for the industry, as this is demonstrated by Anadarko Petroleum's, Encana USA's, and Noble Energy's support, we ask the Planning Commission to not adopt final rules that are any less protective than the proposed rules. We strongly encourage the final rules provide consistent, uniform regulations, requirements, and oversight for all of Colorado. Uniformity provides equal protection to all Coloradoans, it's easier to administer, and it provides clarity to the industry and the public. Please adopt final rules that ensure clean air for all of Colorado, that protect our health, our climate, and our local economies. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Melton. Our next speaker is Vicki Anderson from Greeley, followed by Penny Hills from Grand Junction. Ms. Anderson, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Vicki J. Anderson from Greeley, Colorado, and I worked as a registered nurse and also as an electrician, even worked on the Kinder Morgan pipeline that went through Greeley here. I really want to support these safeguards because I think it will do a lot to keep Colorado and Greeley, Colorado, from becoming uninhabitable. The volatile organic compounds, the methane, the benzene, all these chemicals are dangerous, and doing something, even these simple rules that they want to, the standards that they want to adopt are really just a drop in the bucket about what needs to be done. Here in Greeley, Colorado, they, the previous speaker said, Anadarko, Encana, and Noble are all on the side of the regulations. The ones that are against it are the Weld County Commissioners, and I guess in the rest of the state there's some other commissioners too that are on that side. But they don't speak for the general public here. You know, this is a really important issue that really needs to be addressed, and I think the rules need to be for the entire state of Colorado, just a minimum concern about the air that we breathe and the environment that we have. These are dangerous chemicals that need to be regulated. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Anderson. Our next speaker is Penny Hills from Grand Junction, followed by Auden Schendler from Aspen. Ms. Hills, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I certainly echo everyone in thanking you all for putting on this conference and allowing us to have a voice, because if we can't get to Denver to appear. And, of course, the reason it's so important is because the rules need to be absolutely statewide. Denver's got people in it who are breathing. We got people in here who are breathing and having trouble with breath. And, of course, the poor folks with asthma and the rest of it are especially problematic. But also the economic concerns are not just the idea that oil and gas are our only possible ways of earning a living out here. We have a good university. We have Mesa State University. We have increasingly many technical companies coming in. Because why? Because the air is good. And because there is so much around here that makes use of the air, the biking, of course the peaches and the wine are so terrific, and it's just a wonderful place to live, as well as work, and thus everything keeps growing. So the oil and gas are just one part of it, as I think the the good Anadarko Encana noble people recognize that they want to do their part too. And just as a simple Alflev, which I am not, the whole question of spills, leaks, and accidents is just daily life, and rules help. So whatever rules you've got, we don't need special exemptions. Thank you, Ms. Peterson from Club 20. We don't need to be specially different from the east, from the Front Range. We are not specially different. As I say, we too breathe and enjoy the out of doors and make money, make a living by being able to do that. So I just think it's terribly important that the AQCC is going to have rules, and I hope they have more rules that can be followed, because God knows it is difficult to arrange all these things. And possibly methane can be a source of profit, which would be very nice for them and for us, because we don't want methane spilling into the air because of just all the reasons the VOCs are so bad for the ozone, for agriculture, as well as for human beings simply breathing and living and following their economic paths, which are not simply oil and gas. Those are good paths, and we've had them for many years, and they are not controlled locally. They're controlled by companies that are far away, usually, like Exxon had made its decision to depart in 82 from New York.
Thank you, Ms. Hills. Your 3 minutes are up, and we appreciate your participation.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Auden Schindler from Aspen, followed by Jim Raymer from Hotchkiss. And Mr. Schindler, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to thank the Air Quality Control Commission for the work you're doing. It's difficult, it can be boring, and it's often thankless. So speaking for Aspen Skiing Company and our 3,600 employees here on the Western Slope, I want to thank you for that. Aspen Skiing Company and Colorado Ski Country USA, which has 21 member ski resorts, the trade group for the Colorado ski industry, supports these regulations, and we support them intact because we believe there are enormous economic benefits to protecting air quality and helping with our recreation economy, but also these rules are so good on fugitive methane leakage that we think they will have a meaningful impact on climate change because we think other states will follow. We strongly feel that the rules should be statewide simply because it makes it easier to enforce and it makes it easier to comply. And you can make arguments for why the air in western Colorado might not need to be as clean as in Denver, but it doesn't make sense to us. So we'd love them to be intact and statewide. And we believe Colorado, if these rules are passed as written, will become a national model, maybe even a global model for dealing with fugitive methane leakage. We think other states will adopt it. We think that can allow natural gas to become a meaningful transition fuel from coal. And we think this is one of the most important things happening to address climate change in the United States today. So thank you for this leadership position, and I look forward to seeing the rule passed intact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schindler. Our next speaker is Jim Ramey from Hotchkiss, followed by Susan Justice from Mesa County. And Mr. Ramey, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Ramey, and I'm the Director of Citizens for a Healthy Community, a Delta County organization formed by a group of concerned residents in 2009 to protect our community from irresponsible oil and gas development. Our more than 300 members include farmers, ranchers, small business owners, and other concerned citizens. First, I'd like to thank everyone who's been involved with this effort because we desperately need these regulations. With over 51,000 active wells in the state and tens of thousands more coming in the next few years, it has taken far too long for statewide air pollution rules for this industry to become a reality. In the Delta County region, hundreds of new oil and gas wells have been proposed. Air pollution from the industry is such cause for concern that we've undertaken a baseline air sampling program to test for the chemical signature of these fossil fuels before large-scale drilling begins. And after our year-long study is complete, we are going to make all of that data public. I hope that this illustrates for you just how important clean air is to residents in rural areas like ours. Citizens for a Healthy Community supports the proposed rules. These rules are good for the climate because they drastically reduce methane emissions. The rules are good for people because they reduce harmful emissions of volatile organic compounds. And these rules are good for Colorado's agricultural producers, including many of our members, because they will result in less ozone, which is harmful to food production. While we support the proposed rules, we agree with the local community groups that the rules should be strengthened. Specifically, the lower threshold of 2 tons per year should apply to both glycol dehydrators and tanks when these facilities are located within a quarter mile of homes. Both tanks and glycol dehydrators are known sources for benzene and other toxic and carcinogenic chemicals, so the lower threshold should apply to both. Further, wells should be inspected more frequently if they are close to homes or other community facilities, at least once a year. And major leaks should be fixed immediately or at least within 24 hours. Lastly, it should be mandatory for these inspection reports to be publicly available and posted online. Air pollution from this industry doesn't stop at county lines, and that's why we need a strong statewide standard. Rural residents of Colorado deserve to breathe clean air just like residents on the Front Range. Please reject the calls from some of the members of this industry to gut the new rules and subject rural residents to dirtier air. The industry's attitude of don't increase regulations, just trust us, cannot be tolerated any longer. Now is the time to do this right. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and please pass a strong statewide rule.
And thank you, Mr. Ramey. Our next speaker is Susan Justice from Mesa County, followed by Noelani Terry from Montrose. And Ms. Justice, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Hello. Yes. My name is Susan Justice, and I am a longtime resident of Colorado, living on the eastern slope for 13 years and Grand Junction since 1975. With thousands of bike riding miles and an environmentally sensitive person, I deem myself credible for critical comment. In the past 4 or 5 years, the extreme rate of worse air in competitive job state has compromised sustainable living conditions and created concern about our innate gifts of air and water. The Chinese refer to this ancient importance, feng shui, air and water, wind, water, essentials for all living things to survive, including vegetation and wildlife. I see that something extreme needs to take place before these quick Band-Aid jobs destroy our land and the people subjugated to fossil fuel development and other destructive mining proposed for our future. Colorado has many other fine resources, and maintaining the original colorful Colorado in contrast to the over-competitive development of gas and oil should be shown discrimination in our leadership's options for the people living and loving Colorado. In areas of investment and remembering, in contrast to the over-competitive development of gas and oil, should be shown discrimination in our leadership's options for the people living and loving Colorado. In areas of investment and remembering camping throughout Colorado in the 50s through till now, more than most people, we want our grandchildren to have the same advantage to living in Colorado as we did. We need to invest in these two essential ingredients, air and water, for our future generations. Our access to clean air and water should not be a political issue, for one thing. It should be for a united people investment, tying our security into our healthy lifestyle here in Colorado. If this is just part of a process and the big bucks have bought you out, then I do hope stronger forces take over the needs most important to all of us. We strongly regulate people entering aircraft. We strongly regulate what is used to make baby toys. When there is such an outstanding growth in population, then more governing and regulations are needed to ensure an affordable environment. We cannot afford to pollute at any cost. My opinion is to reinforce the Clean Air and Water Act into all activities throughout Colorado and undo the exemption from gas and oil. They are treating the people like the Europeans did to the Native Americans. Let us not make another mistake for our land and people. Thank you. I also have an idea that offering fresh bottles of water, the big, huge gallons of water, to everybody living where gas and oil development is, should be undertaken as well. The water's become too dangerous and threatening, and people need to listen to the people who are subjugated to it. So thank you very much, and I do hope that colorful Colorado will be used for its natural beauty resources and fresh outdoor national events and all the things that it's known for. It is the Continental Divide. This is the middle where water runoff should be protected and nothing should adulterate these natural resources which are God-given to all of us and our grandchildren. Thank you. Bye.
And thank you, Ms. Justice. Our next speaker is Noelani Terry from Montrose, followed by Sarah Mano from Fort Collins. And Ms. Terry, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. I support the regulations. I also support, as one of the other speakers said, inspections. I think that's one of the things that's really missing in this oil and gas drilling is there are way too few inspectors to even look at all these wells that are being built. In regard to the last speaker, I don't think we should have to depend on bottled water. We should have clean water that's natural, like Colorado, its original state song, where the columbines grow, until our great mountain rivers run dry, which this oil and gas, some of the exploration is going to make them dry out a lot faster than they would have been otherwise. I'm concerned about VOCs. I was on a tour of what we call the gas patch near Battlement Mesa last year and saw these, I'm not sure what, they're not buildings, they're an instrument that apparently they release X amount of VOCs each, but apparently there's at least previously has been no regulation that considers the cumulative effects of these things. So you could have lots of little things which could add up to a lot more than one big thing, but there's no control on it. And I saw one of those within 50 feet of the Colorado River, and this was in September, which would be the river was low. I don't see how we can have those kinds of things that close to the river, and I understand we're talking about air, but they're all part of the same environment. Let's see. I mean, in another response to another speaker, I'm talking about, it's too expensive. Well, these industries are making huge profits, and they can certainly afford to pay for inspection and cleaning up and protecting us. Again, I believe that the Western Slope should be considered equal to the Front Range, and especially when you consider the agriculture we have out here. And in Delta County, have pushed off some drilling, fortunately, because they have organic farms and orchards. Why are we drilling where we have organic farms and orchards, which are providing a great boom to our economy, not to mention a healthy food? I wouldn't be surprised that some of the bark beetle and sudden aspen death have something to do with some of these emissions, especially up on the Grand Mesa. I'm just do support the rules and hope that they will be passed and improved as time goes on. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Terry. Our next speaker is Sarah Mano from Fort Collins, followed by Joanne Moon from Grand Junction. And Ms. Mano, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. And thank you to the Commission for work on much-needed rules. I live in Fort Collins, and I have been involved in a Citizens for Healthy Fort Collins effort to put a moratorium on fracking within our city limits on the ballot, which passed in spite of enormous support from the industry. It's very clear that the people of this state have concerns, well-founded concerns, given the record of the industry, and we need you so badly to put forth these rules and even strengthen them if possible to protect our environment. I think that this situation of citizens voting to protect themselves and then being challenged in court really is a violation of our basic democratic right to self-determination, and it will help us enormously if strong rules are put in place. And there have been many comments about the details about the problems of air and water pollution. I'm sure you're well versed in these. I'm not going to repeat them, but I would just like to leave you with African proverb, which says, we have not inherited the earth from our parents. It has been lent to us by our children. We have a huge responsibility here. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Mano. Our next speaker is Joanne Moon from Grand Junction, followed by Bennett Boestein from Grand Junction. And Ms. Moon, you have 3 minutes, and you may begin.
Thank you. I'm Joanne Moon from Grand Junction, and I really thank you for this opportunity to call in today. I do support your proposed standards. However, the monitoring and enforcement still seems lacking compared to what I think is the level of risk. The control of methane leaks is extremely important. Those of us who live in Grand Junction don't need an air quality monitor to identify the air pollution. Every winter we smell it and taste it. Smog burns our eyes, our noses, and throats. We suffer from upper respiratory and sinus infections more often, and they last longer than normal. I cough for months, and I feel dizzy even today. Even every year, my physician insists I take antibiotics because my sinus infection won't clear out. I think antibiotics add to the problem, but physicians don't have any other tools. Air is our most basic, most fundamental need. Clean air must not be subject to the whims of agencies, officials, politicians, or uninformed bureaucrats. Employees and students struggling to stay healthy in order to work should not have to compete with wood stoves, malfunctioning automobiles, and volatile organic compounds. I ask for all possible input from Mesa County's professional staff. Although our inversions place a lid over our valley, there should not be any lid over the expertise of our health department officials. Since 2006, the nation's premier air pollution scientists who advise the EPA have been writing letters to the agency condemning it for allowing politics to overwhelm science in setting those standards. For years, virtually every major medical organization has been calling on the EPA to make national air quality standards stricter. Hundreds of new medical studies demonstrate smog's adverse health effects, even if air quality is well within the EPA's current guidelines. Does the Western Slope and all of Colorado
deserve improved air quality safeguards? Must we settle for second-class status? Thank you very much for this opportunity to comment.
And thank you, Ms. Moon. Our next speaker is Bennett Boshenstein from Grand Junction, followed by Donald Gray from Parachute. And Mr. Boshenstein, you have 3 minutes, and please begin.
Thank you. My name is Bennett Beschenstein. I'm a member of the Grand Junction City Council, and what I'm going to say are my own views, not necessarily those of the City Council. This month, Colorado has the opportunity to make history with the help of leading oil and gas operators and conservation organizations. Governor Hickenlooper has proposed strong statewide air quality protections from oil and gas operations. If finalized by the Air Quality Control Commission, these rules would improve the quality of the air we breathe and reduce potential greenhouse gas pollution contributing to climate change. In the city of Grand Junction, like other Western Slope communities, we are definitely doing our part. Grand Junction is known for its comprehensive tree planting program, which not only provides needed shade and cools down homes, they also use less energy, but they also absorb carbon dioxide. To help reduce air pollution, Grand Valley Transit and Roaring Fork Valley Transportation have converted to cleaner burning natural gas. To address the leakage of methane, our sewage treatment plant is online to capture methane from waste and use the methane for additional power. But air pollution from oil and gas operations is also a statewide issue. Most of Colorado's Front Range violates EPA ozone pollution standards, and parts of Western Slope, for the first time, are either exceeding or very close to violating the same EPA quality standards. Our air quality is too fundamental to our daily lives to take a chance. And you've heard from previous speakers, we had a really bad inversion this winter, lasted over 30 days, and it basically captured all the pollution in the valley and kept it here. So it is a natural phenomenon, but it's something that we need to be careful of because it does capture pollution. Oil and gas is moving at a record pace. On average, nearly 4 new wells are drilled every day, and it's no coincidence that oil and gas development increases, Colorado's air worsens. Make no mistake, we value oil and gas industry, and we depend on the energy it provides, but it's not at a cost of our health or quality of life. Oil and gas production is the number one source of volatile organic compounds and air toxic pollution that produces ozone or smog. Exposure to high levels of smog can cause respiratory problems such as wheezing, shortness of breath, congestion, and asthma. The elderly, children, and those who are already sick are disproportionately impacted by poor air quality. The governor's rules are pretty simple when you boil things down. All they ask is that oil and gas companies plug and fix leaks from their operations. This can be accomplished using proven existing technology. The rules can even help oil and gas companies' bottom line, encouraging operators to capture natural gas and put it back into their production lines rather than releasing it into the air, just as we've done with our sewage treatment plant. So with full adoption of the governor's proposed statewide air quality rules, the Air Quality Control Commission can help Colorado become a national leader in clean air and ensure cleaner air for all Coloradans, and I urge its adoption. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Bowenstein. Our next speaker is Donald Gray from Parachute, followed by Amy Williams from Rock County. And Mr. Gray, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Donald Gray. I live near Parachute, Colorado. I'm a member of Battlement Mesa Concerned Citizen. I appreciate this opportunity to request approval in statewide implementation of proposed revisions of Regulations 3, 6, and 7 concerning the oil and gas industry. I'd like to say up front, I'm not against drilling and processing gas and oil products. We need the energy and the associated jobs. However, all oil and gas operations must be done responsibly. I'll restate, I'm calling in support of AQCC proposed regulations which will limit air polluting emissions from oil and gas operations. It is critical we set standards and limitations before air quality deteriorates to the point of being unhealthy for all citizens of Colorado. Researchers have found that people living near oil and gas drilling, processing, and transportation are more likely to have higher exposure to and more health issues related to air toxins. Though not directly attributable to oil and gas industry, this winter of 2013-2014, it's already been mentioned, the Grand Valley experienced temperature inversions resulted in brown clouds and very unhealthy air. Tightening rules and regulations concerning the oil and gas industry in the area could go a long way in preventing oil and gas from adding to the brown cloud. Along with passing the new regulations, the state of Colorado must apply additional resources to see the rules are implemented and abided by. All of available technology should be applied to monitor and to ensure escaping emissions are detected and prevented. Additional state inspectors need to be applied for monitoring and enforcing all regulations. I understand there are some western slope counties not supporting these new regulations being implemented across the state. This effort could result in different regulations for eastern and western parts of Colorado. This result should not be allowed. Air pollution is the same wherever it occurs. We need statewide regulations. All people living in Colorado deserve clean air, period. That is why many of us moved to this beautiful state. Let's let Colorado be a leader in the United States to implement clean air regulations associated with oil and gas that are effective, yet allow energy companies to operate profitably. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this critical issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gray. Our next speaker is Amy Williams from Rock County, followed by Hollis Brent from Greeley. And Ms. Williams, you have 3 minutes, and please begin.
Thank you. My name is Amy Williams. I am speaking on behalf of citizens supporting property rights out of Routt County. While I support strong air quality regulations for the energy sector, I cannot support a one-size-fits-all approach that applies the same blanket rules to all regions in the state. While I agree that you are considering this rulemaking in the correct venue, I must ask that the Air Quality Control Commission distinguish between areas in the state, as the COGCC did with water monitoring rulemaking. There are important differences between counties, regions, and basins in Colorado that require different approaches to regulation. In Routt County, our air is far cleaner than it is in Denver, despite the fact that we have several oil and gas wells in the county. Why, then, should the same level of monitoring apply to both areas? In addition, drilling costs are already higher in places like Garfield, Moffett, and Routt counties since the terrain is more difficult and much of it lies under federally managed land. Adding on this extra layer of expense will disproportionately harm regions like ours where the added costs cannot be so easily absorbed. The cost is even greater when you factor in that there will be little in terms of benefit, as our air is already clean and well within national standards. Everyone, and that includes the oil and gas industry, wants to do their part in reducing emissions, but trying to apply a blanket regulation over the whole state is not the proper way to go about it. A better option would be to follow the lead of Garfield County and use scientific data to tailor emissions control programs to each basin. That way, an appropriate level of regulation would be applied, ensuring the local economy of each region is not disrupted while attaining the air quality goals set by the Commission. This sort of approach would help make sure that counties like Routt are not stuck with shouldering the costs for regulations from which we derive little benefit. Using sound data like that Garfield County has collected over the years would also help to clear up concerns that many have over the legality of the rules by providing adequate scientific justification. As we move forward with establishing rules from one of the state's top industries, please be careful that the costs do not outweigh the benefits. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Williams. Our next speaker is Hollis Brent from Greeley, followed by David Jones from Ridgeway. And Mr. Brent, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. I want to thank you for holding these hearings. I would like to agree and echo the sentiments of those who have spoken in favor of the proposed air quality standards. I believe these should be statewide, as pollutants cannot be contained by walls and fences. They blow to other counties as well, so we all deserve the same quality air. I believe these proposed rules are a starting point. I would like to see them even stronger than they are, but I'm so happy that these are being proposed because it is such
a greater benefit than what we currently have now. In Weld County, we have more fracking than many other places in the state. People are feeling the effects of, as another person mentioned, sinus infections, breathing disorders, and strange disorders. My husband has been found to have very low levels of white blood count, has had lots of tests done, they can't come up with anything wrong with him. However, he has an odd blood count. And we know that benzene is one of the pollutants from fracking, and we have a well very close to our home. So although we can't say that this is definitely from it, there is no answer to this concern. There are moratoriums and going on around the state because we are concerned. We need to take a cautionary measures and make sure that we conserve the health of the citizens of Colorado. And by doing these proposed rules, we could be something for the other states to look up to and aim for our high standards. And as I said, I think they could actually be stronger. We can't withstand more extreme weather, which is partly caused by methane escaping during oil and gas production. Storage and transporting it is also dangerous. I believe it's imperative that we support a strong methane capture rule to protect public health and the environment. Again, I just would like to say that I would like to echo many of the people that have spoken already in support of these rules, and I won't take any more of your time so that you can get to more people. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Brent. Our next speaker is David Jones from Ridgeway, followed by Robin Cascade from Ridgeway. And Mr. Jones, you have 3 minutes, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Dave Jones. I'm a retired U.S. Army internal medicine physician, receiving my initial professional training at Fitzsimmons Army Medical Center in Aurora. My wife and I now live on the western slope in Ouray County. I applaud and strongly support the proposal to improve Colorado air quality by cutting emissions from oil and gas drilling. I also strongly urge that those new standards be applied to the entire state. My reasoning is twofold. First, while we lack complete data on which to judge health impacts, there are clearly health issues that others have nicely addressed, particularly in the areas within several hundred yards of drilling operations. The fact that air quality on the western slope is now generally good is a terrible reason to postpone reasonable controls until the air is more polluted. Garfield County now has air quality problems. Drilling operations are proposed southeast of Grand Junction, and if controls are not in place, western slope air quality will follow that on the Front Range. My second reason for strongly urging tighter emission controls is my growing concern for increasing atmospheric greenhouse gases and their global warming impacts. The Earth is warming, and the latest data show that it is extremely likely that human influences are the dominant cause. Current global CO2 levels are 40% higher than they've been in the last 15 million years. Global warming models predict that we will have less cold winters, worsening droughts, and violent storms. Those impacts may already be visible in Colorado with our devastating pine beetle kills and worsening wildfires. Our economy is threatened by these changes. Methane is the second most prevalent greenhouse gas. Globally, over 60% of methane emissions come from human activities, and 30% of methane emissions come from natural gas and petroleum drilling. When viewed over a 100-year period, the EPA estimates that methane has a 21 times larger impact on climate change than does an equal weight of CO2. Further, a pound of methane released on the western slope has the same impact on global warming as a pound released on the Front Range. Some see somewhat cleaner burning natural gas as a bridge fuel. However, the total impact of switching from other fossil fuels to natural gas depends heavily on the amount of methane leakage. A study last month in the journal Science concluded that official inventories of methane leakage consistently underestimate actual leakage. The costs involved with the proposed air quality regulations are fairly small compared to their potential benefits. Unhealthful emissions don't blow away with the wind and disappear. They persist for decades or longer. We need to take reasonable actions now to make and keep Colorado a healthier place to live. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you, Dr. Jones. Our next speaker is Robin Cascade from Ridgeway, followed by Chris Moore from Grand Junction. And Ms. Cascade, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. I'm in full support of the proposed regulations that require the oil and gas industry to use current available technology to prevent volatile organic compounds and methane emissions leaking into the atmosphere, and also that require them to regularly inspect their equipment to locate and repair leaks in a timely fashion. I have 3 major points, specific points. First, air sheds, like watersheds, are not affected by political boundaries. Emission in neighboring states, Colorado's Front Range, and Western Slope counties can negatively impact the air quality throughout a region, and as Dave just said, much further than our region. Colorado has the opportunity to lead the nation in improving air quality regionally, and furthermore can become a model for other states. Second, I live in an area here on the Western Slope that currently boasts rather pristine air quality and is surrounded by many regional, federally designated wilderness areas. However, the Western Slope is seeing a rapid increase in oil and gas exploration and development that has already impacted Rio Blanco, Mesa, Garfield, and La Plata counties. As a result, I strongly oppose any effort to exclude the Western Slope from these proposed regulations. Finally, I support strengthening the proposed regulations by imposing stricter regulations in residential areas and in proximity to when rigs are in proximity to schools. As a teacher of young children, I am well aware of the vulnerability of our youth, as well as our seniors and those with compromised health. Scientific evidence is available that proves the negative effects of oil and gas development on human health and the environment. I also believe the expectations for detection and subsequent repair of leaks should be more stringent. Allowing the industry 5 to 20 days to repair leakage should be reduced to within hours and certainly no longer than 1 day. So thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to comment.
And thank you, Ms. Cascade. Our next speaker is Chris Muir from Grand Junction, followed by our final speaker, Mike Foster from Grand Junction. And Mr. Muir, you have 3 minutes, and please begin.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to thank the Air Quality Control Commission for hosting this phone-in session. First, I'd like to lend my support to adoption of the statewide air quality standards. I'll avoid the specifics of the health effects. I'm sure you all are more familiar with them than many of us that are giving testimony today. And I'll go directly to our situation in Mesa County. The Grand Valley, as you've heard, experiences yearly wintertime inversions, many of which last 20 days or more and allow the pollutants to combine and compound one upon the other without mixing with clean air. Thus, any additional pollutants from oil and gas operations would add greatly and greatly affect our air quality here in Mesa County. If we don't enact the statewide rules, it would be much as we see going on in Washington, D.C. with all the deficit spending, only we're borrowing from our children's air quality and deficit spending at this point with air quality. It will greatly affect local businesses and our citizenry, not only in health but in their treasure, and just be specifically to benefit oil and gas today. Implementing the statewide rules would benefit oil and gas producers as well, as we've seen with Encana and Noble, by capturing products which they can then sell as profit-making ventures. Implementations of the standards are also going to benefit our local citizens at risk for breathing complications from the additional air pollutions that might be brought on by uncontrolled or less controlled oil and gas emissions. Citizens, we could also potentially avoid citizen-wide programs like auto emissions testings and onerous VOC testing and mitigation measures for our local small businesses if our area were to go non-attainment due to the additional pollutants from the oil and gas industries. Non-attainment, much like Rio Blanco County has recently experienced. Finally, oil and gas will benefit by fitting capture technologies now rather than going through expensive retrofitting equipment later should our area be deemed in non-attainment with air quality guidelines, and should we have to ask them to retrofit their technologies at a later date. I'd like to thank you so much for the opportunity, and again, I wish you the very best of luck with this very difficult decision. Thanks again.
And thank you, Mr. Muir.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Mike Foster from Grand Junction. And Mr. Foster, you have 3 minutes, and please begin.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to offer comment on this important issue. Obviously, this has been a good hearing with a lot of good information presented. First, I'd like to say that we all want clean air, and I don't think anybody is arguing that there should be no controls on emissions from oil and gas operations. But for regulations to be the most effective and to limit economic disruption, they need to be done right. If our goal is to control ozone pollution, then we need to think about how we do it and not just doing a statewide ban. I think there's been some arguments made here that oil and gas activity in western Colorado is rolling along swimmingly, and many of us know that that's not the case. The Western Slope is not experiencing rapid development of natural gas. In fact, the opposite is true, as the rig count in the western half of the state has plummeted over the last 5 years. Natural gas, unlike the oil drilling that's taking place in Weld County, is a low-margin endeavor. And given that, we only have 10 natural gas rigs at work in Garfield and Rio Blanco County at present. There's been a lot of commentary regarding air quality in the Grand Junction area in the Grand Valley. And I guess the only point I can make at this point is it doesn't seem that natural gas drilling is the only industry in western Colorado, and it's hard for me to understand how 10 drilling rigs could be the prime contributor to ozone and other pollutants in the air in Mesa County. So I guess all we're asking for at this point is that we slow down this process and we think a little bit harder about how we allocate, instead of allocating a one-size-fits-all approach, that we look at possibly going forward with air quality standards on oil rigs and not doing it on gas rigs. That would be one way to divide it. Another way is to look at it from a regional perspective based on whether an area doesn't have ozone attainment. But at the end of the day, I would just ask that we really think about the economic consequences of these regulations. I understand that leadership is a good thing, but with the current precarious nature of our gas drilling economy in western Colorado, this type of leadership might be akin to the charge of the Light Brigade. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Mr. Foster. That does conclude our speakers. Thank you very much for participation.
Okay, well, that completes the call-in portion of the hearing. Since we had not planned to adjourn until 5 o'clock, or to take recess until 5 o'clock, we need about 5 minutes to make some operational adjustments, and then we'll come back and hear from people who are still in the room who've submitted blue cards and wish to comment. We can probably do about 40 minutes before 5 o'clock and see if we can cut down the number of people who will have to wait until we start up again at 5:30. So with that, we'll take a 5-minute recess. We are back in session. Sorry, keep forgetting to turn the mic on. What we would like to do between now and 5 o'clock, when we have our break scheduled, is hear from members of the public who would like to comment. Due to our shorter than expected telephone conference participation. So we've got a bit of time. What we would like to do, people who were here earlier today and turned in blue cards, if you would come forward, we'll hear from you first, ahead of people who have just arrived and submitted cards. So if any of you are here and would like to comment, take this opportunity, this would be a good time to do it. Then you don't have to wait around until after dinner. And then after that, we will proceed with people who have arrived recently and have just submitted cards. So please, as we have been doing, hold your comments to 3 minutes. There's a timer to your left on the podium. And please announce your name and where you're from so we can find your card and pull it out of the stack here. So please go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Gordon Pedro from Longmont, 18-year resident there, and I'm speaking for myself. I encourage the Commission to approve the proposed revisions to Regulation Numbers 3, 6, and 7 on a statewide basis. I would like to quickly focus your attention on paragraph from page 2 of the agenda item control sheet that was in your packet. This is a quote from that. As a whole, the Regulation 7 changes are estimated to reduce up to 92,000 tons of volatile organic compounds, VOC emissions per year. The changes are also anticipated to have the additional benefit of reducing tens of thousands of tons of methane emissions. The proposed changes reflect new and innovative control strategies that will enable Colorado to continue its leadership role in ensuring responsible oil and gas development that meets the highest public health and environmental protection standards. Please keep this paragraph, especially the phrase, ensuring responsible oil and gas development, in mind during the next several days as you hear complaints from some industry lobbyists who will claim the proposals are too expensive and unnecessary, or when you hear from a few whining county elected officials who appear more concerned about county revenues than about public health or environmental protection. Responsible oil and gas development means the industry is no longer allowed to freely dump its toxic waste into the atmosphere while pretending there is no harm. Yes, responsible oil and gas development costs money. Yes, those costs will be reflected in the price we pay as consumers. However, we know that unnecessarily dumping more than 92,000 tons of VOCs and tens of thousands of tons of methanes into our atmosphere is not responsible development. It's pollution, and it wastes natural resources. We can no longer pretend there are no harms coming from dumping tons of toxic chemicals into our atmosphere. Trying to keep cheap gas and oil products is not a bargain when it means poisoning people and the planet. By moving the costs of pollution prevention into the price consumers pay, we not only protect public health and the environment, but we provide consumers the tool to make real choices regarding their lives. And finally, I just want to say that along with the revised regulations must come resources to inspect and monitor performance. Without resources to hold the industry accountable, this rulemaking is merely a public relations process. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Mills Berea. I think you found my card earlier, I think. Let's see, earlier I was at one of the other rulemaking meetings, and I noticed just from the sign-in sheet that over 70% of the people involved are from the oil and gas industry. So I hope you're really paying attention to the public here, because I believe their voices are not represented in the other meetings that you have. So we all recognize that the VOCs, including methane in the atmosphere, are a threat to public health because Governor Hickenlooper has recommended these tighter regulations to protect the air quality of Colorado, and I don't know for what other reason he would recommend those. What we have to do through this process is make sure that the regulations actually do protect Colorado's air quality. If under current conditions, the current drilling conditions, a 1/3 reduction in VOCs is implemented, then what does that mean when more and more wells are drilled? The amount of VOCs released will be more than offset by the leaks from the new wells, perhaps in as few as 2 to 3 years as massive new horizontally fracked wells replace older vertical wells. There are over 4,000 new well permits in 2013, and for this reason there can't be any exemptions which would allow for more hidden release of VOCs. The rules should be much more strict. We should be looking at a zero emission policy. The study by Dr. Lisa M. McKenzie at the Colorado School of Public Health identified 21 toxic non-methane hydrocarbon compounds released by the industry. These chemicals are toxic and they in low concentrations, and they just shouldn't be released. So that leads me to ask, why are the public health costs not included in the economic evaluation? It treats only the cost to the industry, not the public health costs. And the value of the gas saved by not allowing it to leak should be added in as savings to the industry. The methane and other heavier gases which will be saved have real value and are non-renewable. For these reasons, it appears the economic evaluation is flawed. Finally, I'd ask, how will these standards be implemented? If we are hoping for an industry to voluntarily spend money to regulate itself, that seems unlikely. No large industry has ever been successful in regulating itself. For this reason, local governments must be given inspection and policing powers. As a resident of Colorado who values outdoor activities, tourism industry, renewable energy industry, I just ask, why do we want to have such heavy industry in our state? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Rick Abbott-Ball. I'm from Rick Oley's Brewery in Wheat Ridge, and I'm representing or speaking on behalf of Brewers for Colorado, which is a group of 38 brewers and brewery owners that are in support of passing these regulations. And the reason why we are is because it's about branding. You know, what I've done is I've brought this Colorado Crystal Clear Colorado Ale. It's a light ale brewed with Vienna malt, accented with rye, and lightly spiced with caraway seed. And I figured after listening to people talk all day, you might need something to help relax tonight. So we figured we'd share the love. But, you know, the most precious brand we have is Colorado itself. You know, Governor Hickenlooper has kind of coined the phrase the Napa Valley of beers. And while that, you know, we have so many brands without being specific of names that represent the outdoors, the cleanliness, the freedoms that we have here. You know, it's better to be known as a Napa Valley beer than New Jersey of the Rockies. So, you know, just keep in mind that we want to protect the purity of our brand. You know, we depend a lot on water, and we also depend on energy to make all this beer and to make, you know, this good stuff. So we're in favor, you know, of finding this resource and getting it, but let's do it right and make sure that we're you know, capturing these wastes and keeping the emissions down to a minimum. And so just as we encourage our customers to enjoy beer responsibly, let's also ensure that we develop energy responsibly also. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you for the souvenir. Next, please.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Kim. I'm speaking on behalf of Kristen Stevens, who had to go pick up her kids from school. She wrote, as a Northern Colorado moms want Colorado's Air Quality Commission to stand strong on common sense air quality standards that protect the air our children breathe every day, because not implementing them will put the health of our children at risk. The American Lung Association says air pollution is harmful to children as their lungs are not fully grown and biological defenses that help adults fight infections are not yet developed. Almost 64,000 children live in Larimer County, more than 71,000 in Weld, and 63,000 in Boulder. So Northern Colorado moms were delighted when Governor Hickenlooper, several oil and gas companies, conservation nonprofits, and impacted families worked together to produce the draft air quality proposals to minimize toxic emissions that harm the public health. Unfortunately, not all companies want to sign on. Apparently, these highly profitable companies would rather pollute than adopt proven leak monitoring and repair technology that more responsible outfits already use. Can these companies' CEOs look us in the eye and tell us that protecting the air that our kids breathe is too expensive? It's not too much to ask an industry where even small companies make millions of dollars to use existing technology to protect public health. The cost of the proposed rules is a small price to pay for the health and well-being of the almost 200,000 children living in Larimer, Weld, and Boulder counties. Moms are encouraged that there are energy companies that want to do the right thing, and we hope this sense of responsibility is contagious. Northern Colorado parents urged the Air Quality Control Commissioners, to reject all efforts to weaken the new air quality rules. The cost to our kids' health is too great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to set my girl right here. Oh, she's going to stand here. Good afternoon. You know, as I stand here before you, I remember why I stopped litigating 7 years ago. Oh, sorry. You can't hear me? Hello.
Your name, we need your...
My name's Jamie Travis.
Thank you.
And as I said, as I stand here before you today, I remember why I stopped litigating 7 years ago, because you remind me of the Supreme Court a little bit. So, as I said, my name is Jamie, and I'm here on behalf of Colorado Moms Know Best to give voice to the thousands of mothers across Colorado whose children and families are relying on you, this committee, to ensure their health and well-being is given the highest priority. We urge the Commission to stand strong and to enact the proposed rules without dilutions, and to stand up and protect our state and our families. I am a fourth-generation native of Colorado. I grew up in Littleton and vividly remember spending carefree days as a child running through our yard, playing with neighbors and friends, and at all times feeling safe. Now, 20-some-odd years later, 30-some-odd years later, I'm the mother sending her children out to play. My family is lucky. We live in Stapleton, where there are no existing oil and gas operations. So today I have the honor of speaking for those mothers who are not so lucky. For a mother in Erie whose children's school and playground are less than 1,000 feet from a large oil and gas operations pad, that without these strong new rules will continue to emit untold amounts of chemicals into the air. And for the mother in Grand Junction and her children who suffer from chronic asthma and nosebleeds, and who worries daily about the air her children are forced to breathe. These are the real people whose lives are inextricably linked to the decisions this commission is tasked to make. Today, you will be regaled with stories from all sides of the conversation about costs. I think we can all agree that the oil and gas industry brings economic benefit to our state. However, this benefit is not limitless. It comes with great responsibility. Responsibility to ensure that we are implementing best practices when it comes to protecting our air. At Colorado Moms Know Best, we believe that our state's greatest asset is above ground, not below. We all have a moral obligation to protect our children. Therefore, on behalf of all those moms sending their children out to play, I ask the Commission to follow the Governor's lead and adopt the rules as proposed. We need strong rules to ensure our children don't pay the price with their health. Thanks so much for your efforts. I would love to have a beer with you after this. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your careful stewardship of these proceedings. I, for one, really appreciate it. My name is Joe Domko, and I serve as Director of Youth and Young Adult Ministries at St. John's Episcopal Church in Boulder, Colorado. And part of my employ there is collaboration with the Episcopal Diocese, as well as numerous faith-based organizations across the country, especially in regards to ecological justice and environmental stewardship. Part of my collaborations with the diocese is the creation of faith formation for our young people, and those efforts take me across the state, across the nation, and some of us internationally. The emphasis on that is community, the human community, but increasingly our biotic community as well. And walking that road with our young folk, especially from a faith-based perspective, is interesting because we have families in the industry, we have families who fight the industry, and so trying to maintain some semblance of community in that context is of utmost importance. So it's in that spirit that I come to you today. And the health of our communities, especially here in Colorado, as well as the beauty of the earth, some would say creation, that defines the state. And the gentleman two before me talked about, this branding, this one of the things that brings people here, of the utmost importance to me and my congregation. The proposed standard in Regulation Number 7, I believe, is a step in the right direction for addressing both current health challenges and long-term societal and environmental concerns, such as climate change. The inclusion of both methane as well as volatile organic compounds is key to ensure that Colorado remains a leader in the oil and gas sector, constantly pushing oil and gas companies to be better neighbors in our communities, all of our communities. I also applaud the work done by all parties to ensure that we are creating the healthiest communities possible while ensuring the economic opportunities from oil and gas drilling, and that those opportunities are still available to people throughout the state. I support Regulation Number 7 and would ask that you do not weaken the standard before it is finalized. Again, I want to thank you for the time and energy you have put into developing these new standards. I know it's not easy. Your work is indeed a wonderful example of the types of efforts we should all be pursuing to ensure we are serving as stewards of our communities and of the environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Vince Miller. I live in Broomfield. I retired here from Oklahoma. My professional life, I worked as a geophysicist for Phillips Petroleum Company, and the last 13 years I've been a professor of meteorology. And I certainly support what you're doing, although I think probably you need to go further. And strengthening the rules, I think it's a good example. It's my understanding that if a leak is found, days is the amount of time that the industry has to do something. Let's go to the Waldo Canyon fire or the Black Forest fire or the High Park fire. If we gave the firefighters days to get their act together or find spare parts or whatever, that would be considered to be ludicrous. I think we really need to strengthen what we're doing. And I must admit, now I'm new to this area, but I've done a little bit of work on Google, and here's an article that was updated last March the 7th, and it makes me sort of wonder who's doing what to whom. The headline in the Denver Post says that the health department won't enforce all oil and gas clean air rules. And it says that the state's Air Quality Control Commission, which I guess is you guys, but perhaps you've changed in the last year, voted instead for a partial adoption of the federal clean air rules. And that the commission, and I don't know if that's you, the state health department, the COGCC, issued a statement saying that the commission was worried that adopting the new standards, quote, could potentially trigger unduly burdensome permitting requirements for companies. Who's most important? People who breathe the air or the companies? John Hofmeister, a former Shell Oil Company president, this is from Business Insider last July, said that everybody knows that some wells go bad. In a similar article, former Mobil vice president warns of climate change due to what the industry is doing. Says that we're opening up channels for the gas to creep up to the surface and into the atmosphere. And then, of course, a little over a week ago, Science Magazine, actually the research was sponsored by the foundation by one of the people, George Mitchell, who pretty much started the fracking industry, discovered that the EPA has woefully underestimated the fugitive emissions from methane. Probably 50%, they give a range of 25 to 75%. We know along here along the Front Range counties are not meeting the ozone requirements. And we know that the American Lung Association has given Ds and Fs to many of those same counties, including Boulder, Larimer, Jefferson, where there aren't very many wells. Rocky Mountain National Park is out of compliance for ozone. Senator Brophy, if you're listening, guess what? Most of that's blown in from rural areas of Colorado. I hope that you will strengthen the rules. The Denver Post on Sunday in an article said that the Regional Air Quality Control Council said that the industry is responsible for 350 tons of VOCs daily. And in 4 years, that's going to go up 43% to 500 tons daily. Boy, if I gain 43% weight in 4 years, I'm in big trouble, and I'm already in trouble now. Are your regulations going to address that addition to the atmosphere? I certainly hope that what you do is responsible and not reprehensible for the citizens of Colorado who have to breathe the air that the industry seems to use as their own private dumping ground. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. Thank you for taking the time out. My name is Bill Miller. I live in Larimer County. Make sure I cover all the points I'm going to read from my notes here. I'm here to speak about the optical gas imaging equipment that could be used inexpensively to monitor the fugitive VOCs that are at the center of this meeting. A lot of people have been talking about monitoring, so that's what I want to address, the actual equipment that's used. My company is the only FLIR-certified security integrator in the U.S. As such, we understand how the thermal imaging equipment works. Next month, we'll be certified to utilize the FLIR optical gas imaging, the 320 camera. The cameras cost $120,000 each. The FLIR technology is tried and true across the oil and gas industry. Now, we are here today to discuss the fugitive VOCs because the industry has failed to monitor itself. It is my belief that the most reliable, accurate, and consistent testing will be obtained by using a third party that is certified by FLIR. The cameras that would be used are precise instruments that must be calibrated on a regular basis, protected from abuse in transit, and during use, and should be used by a trained and certified technician. Borrowing the FLIR instruments is impractical and is accurate. I mention that because there's been some mention of perhaps just having like a bank of these and checking them out as you would a library book. I don't believe that's going to work. In summary, using a disinterested third party to regularly monitor drilling and producing sites is prudent, cost-effective, and good public policy. Using a third party will also contribute to transparency and best practices procedures. It's my opinion, after looking at this, and looking at the cost of the equipment and the number of well sites and what the industry has sort of indicated would be an acceptable frequency of inspection, that it would cost somewhere between $200 and $300 to inspect a well site or a drilling site, whether or not it's in a rural or urban area. So I think that both the rural and urban areas could safely be and inexpensively be monitored using FLIR optical gas imaging cameras by competent technicians who are not beholden to anyone, any company, or any special interest. I want to leave some material with the clerk there that actually will describe how this equipment works. I also encourage you to go to the FLIR website and scroll down there, and you'll see actual emissions, volatile organic compound emissions from well sites. And like I said, the key issue is here that if you're going to have the regulations in place, who's going to enforce them? What kind of equipment is going to be used, and can you trust the oil and gas industry to monitor themselves? My position is you should have a third party doing that. Whether it's my company or somebody else, at least have a third party. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Terrence Chachula. Thank you for your service. I served for 9 years on the Board of Trustees of one of the Colorado public universities, and I didn't put in as much time as you do, but I understand your time commitment. I urge you and encourage you to look at this issue from a public policy and a proven science standpoint. This type of consideration would eliminate the discussion of climate change. Climate change and the so-called connection with greenhouse gases is a theory. It's not proven science. I've contacted a number of prominent proponents of this theory, and these include Christiana Figueres and Alden Meyer. Al Gore has not gotten back to me yet, but the common reference that they gave me was IPCC report. IPCC is Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and that's a UN organization. Here's a copy of their latest report, which is AR5, Assessment Report 5. In the technical discussion, we see terms like unlikely, high confidence, virtually certain, very likely, very high confidence, and one of my favorites is about as likely as not. There's a lot of uncertainty regarding the connection between greenhouse gases and climate change. There's so much uncertainty that the authors of this report cannot state beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who filled out a blue card earlier this afternoon? Okay. If not, we have a group of 5 students from Fairview High School. If you could come up as a group, we have about 6 minutes or 7 minutes for you to make your presentation, if that's all right. If you wish to do it individually, you'll have to wait until after the break, which would be around 5:30 or so. But you would go at the end of the line at that time. Great. Good choice. If you could come down quickly, please identify yourselves individually, and we're interested in your presentation.
I'm Christopher Thompson. I'm a senior at Fairview High School, and I'm here on behalf of myself, on the youth of Colorado, and Net Zero Environmental Club. All we were coming to talk about is we are in support of this passing of this law, but some of us feel that it may not be enough. We feel that it should be not a end-all solution for greenhouse gases and VOCs being released. It should be a crutch to help Colorado get off all, sorry, I wasn't really prepared to go this fast, just to get off all off all fossil fuels. So thank you. That's my point.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angela Fay from the Fairview High School Net Zero Environmental Club in Boulder. I'm here today to give you a perspective of someone who will have to live with the effects of your upcoming decision for a long, long time. It is crucial for there to be tightened regulations on oil and gas production due to the effect it has on the environment. Oil and gas drilling production release many volatile organic compounds into the air, which can also be found in similar quantities in household products such as paint removers, and glues. These are all things that we don't want to inhale, so why would we allow them into the air we breathe? Tightening restrictions on oil gas production would allow for a safer environment. Oil gas production is so detrimental to both our environment and our health. The imbalance in the environment created from the pollution is going to have a deep and lasting impact and contribute to global warming. Colorado will not be the same. With worsened environmental conditions, the pine beetle epidemic will only continue to destroy our forests, while natural disasters such as our recent 2013 flood and summer wildfires will only increase as the environment worsens. Even snowfall will change, meaning skiing, something so central to Colorado, will be changed for the worse. I encourage you to further regulate oil and gas regulations for the sake of a healthy environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Sanko, and I'm a sophomore who's also involved in Fairview High School's Net Zero Club. As a competitive softball player, as well as an enthusiast of hiking, skiing, and mountain biking, the outdoors are extremely important to me. Along with many other Boulder youth, I spend a lot of time outside. I want to live in an environment where I don't have to worry about air quality every time I just want to go outdoors. A few of the girls on my softball team have asthma, and recently an asthma attack during practice sent one of my teammates to the emergency room. It's disappointing and a little scary that there could come a time when, due to polluted air, that this is commonplace. High air quality is a necessity for outdoor athletes, and I don't want to live in a world where a girl needs an asthma inhaler just to make it through an inning of a softball game. I hope that incidents such as this one that occurred can be prevented in the future. Being outside should be fun and healthy instead of potentially dangerous. Asthma is threatening and also a highly inconvenient condition, and keeping the air clean will be extremely beneficial to those who suffer from it. I want to live in a Colorado where I can hike and bike and ski in clean air. I want to live in a Colorado where I can play softball without worrying. I want to live in a Colorado where my friends and family with asthma can feel safe outside. This legislation is a fundamental part of making this Colorado possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Lenore Cullen, and I'm a sophomore at Fairview High School. I am also a member of the Fairview Net Zero Club. As high school students, we are the next generation to inhabit the planet and take care of our planet, and the steps proposed to regulate oil and gas emissions will directly affect our future and what kind of world we will inherit. I believe that Colorado, as a leader in environmental regulation, needs to take the initiative to regulate the biggest sources of volatile organic compounds, also known as VOCs. VOCs are gas products that have major short-term and long-term health effects, such as asthma and lung cancer. This pollution also harms the plants and wildlife we have in beautiful Colorado. The government, as leaders and representatives of our current and future generations, need to be proactive in maintaining a clean and healthy environment. Our air has already become extremely polluted. For example, if you've ever driven to Denver or looked over the city, you've most likely seen a huge cloud of pollution. And this is only what is visible to the human eye. Imagine what we can't see. The pollutants that are damaging our ecosystems and our health are typically not visible, yet are all around us. You can imagine what this does to our lungs and how it could shorten the lifespan of future generations. We have the ability to change this by making good choices. On behalf of Fairview High School students and Net Zero, we urge you to prioritize the long-term needs of the health of the population over the short-term needs of one industry. Let's work together and set an example for others to follow and benefit our planet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last one. Greetings. My name is Dustin Michaels, and I'm a senior at Niwot High School. No, just kidding. Fairview High School. And I come before you despite the strong protestation of my math, science, and English homework to declare my support of the proposed air regulations. I come before you because I don't want the voice of an industry that could lose profits if these regulations pass to drown out the voice of a generation of young people that could lose everything if they don't. I come before you because I want to keep Colorado clean, safe, and beautiful, and because I am eager to see Colorado reaffirm its status as an environmental leader. But more than anything else, I come before you because I'm scared. I'm terrified, in fact. I'm terrified of climate change, which threatens to transform our planet into something humankind has never experienced. Across the globe, we're seeing storms of greater frequency and intensity. We're seeing more fire, more drought, and I'm terrified of the new Earth we're creating through greenhouse emissions, the Earth my generation will have to inherit. And so I implore you to mitigate the methane emissions of the oil and gas production sector through this legislation. Climate change in itself is scary, but it becomes even scarier when one realizes how little is being done to address it. The current U.S. Congress has been ranked the least productive in our nation's history, stymied from action by stubborn polarization and the corrupting influence of big business. The science of climate change is being obscured in the public consciousness by powerful industries who feel threatened by reality. Drastic action is necessary, but it's not being made, and that's what really scares me. Colorado has the opportunity here to be the first state in the country to regulate methane emissions from oil and gas production. I implore you to be bold, to be responsible, and to make something happen. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for taking the initiative to come here today to express a different generational viewpoint. Appreciate it. And With that, the commission is in recess for 30 minutes. Okay, the rulemaking hearing of the Air Quality Control Commission is back in session. Thank you, everybody, for being here this evening. We have a number of blue cards which people have filled out earlier in the day. We're going to start by calling those names, and if they're here, giving them an opportunity to present their comments. For people who have just arrived or arrived this recently, please complete a blue comment card, which you can find. Teresa? By the front. Oh, they're out at the front door. Please complete one of those and hand them to a member of our staff who's raising her hand right now. And then we will take those comments in the order in which they arrived. I'll now turn over the chairing of this session to our Commission Secretary, Laura Teague. Commissioner Teague.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a gavel in my own county, so we'll just take advantage of it.
Have a ball with it.
I will call two names at one time. The first name I call, if they would come talk at the podium. And then the second name, if you could sit in the seats right behind the podium so that we can keep this thing rolling right along, that would be great. First, yes, and I would remind you that you have 3 minutes to address the commission, and when you get to the podium, the clock that is the appropriate one will be on your left, and so that will be the clock that will time you. First speaker will be Steve King, and I believe that's from Senate District 7. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. And then the next speaker will be Roger Wilson from Garfield County.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Steve King. I'm a senator in Senate District 7, which is all of Mesa County. First of all, I wanted to thank you for your time and your service. It is appreciated. I know that you are taking time and sacrificing time with family and quality of life issues to be a service to our state, and we appreciate that. I know the legislature appreciates that. 6 years ago, I was the senator that wrote a letter to then Governor Ritter asking him to set aside new rules, much like they did in New Mexico, to wait to see what happens with our economy. We are now hopefully coming out of the worst economic recession of our lifetime. You know, I was glad to see those young people coming and talking about their concerns. I would add that a healthy, robust economy is a critical part of our environment. And your job, in my estimation, is to make a balance and find a balance. Unfortunately, after I had written that letter to Governor Ritter, on the western slope, we did go into a severe recession. At different points during the last 6 years, we have seen the highest unemployment rate in the nation in Mesa County. We have seen the highest foreclosure rate in the nation in Mesa County, and we have seen an unbelievably concerning suicide rate in our county. I believe that incremental change quite often can lead to tipping points. And our belief is that your job is to weigh evidence and make change, and hopefully make change for the better that doesn't create a tipping point, an economic tipping point, that causes a problem with jobs and our economy. I know that Senator Brophy spoke to you earlier about his situations out on the Eastern Plains, and my job on the second half of the Brophy-King show is to give you an idea of what's going on the Western Slope. We are still in the middle of what we believe to be a longer enduring recession. We are very much behind the eastern slope, especially the Denver area, when it comes to jobs. We have seen a loss of businesses in the last 2 years in the tune of 800 businesses, both small and some larger. My hope is that you, with your life experience, will do evidence-based decision-making and not hysteria-based decision-making, not hype-based decision-making. That you will take your experience in life and also your educational experience and make good, solid decisions for the state of Colorado in covering the many different areas which are important, not only to our generation, but to the next generation, both on the economic front and also on the environmental front, because, again, a healthy environment is an important part. And I'll leave you with this, that politicians and bureaucrats think about the next election. Statesmen and women and evidence-based decision makers like yourself think about the next generation. And I hope that you will do that. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. Next up is Roger Wilson, and then on deck will be Robert Winkler.
Thank you. I'm Roger Wilson. I'm a resident of Garfield County, a resident of Colorado since 1968. I graduated CU in physics, worked at LASP on remote sensing systems, also worked for Lockheed Martin. I was a state representative from the Garfield County area representing Pitkin, Gunnison, Hinsdale, and parts of Eagle and Garfield in 2011 and 12. During that time, I've heard a lot of comments back and forth and anecdotal comments, of which you've heard tons of and will continue to hear about the concerns of the citizens in that area. I am also very aware of the need for Colorado's reputation and how that affects businesses considering to move here. That has a lot to do. I've seen that in action when I was in the state legislature with, for instance, Vestas's decision to move here. What is known about Colorado and our reputation has a lot to do with our economy. It's one of our sustaining economies is our tech economy and the decision of businesses to move to this area. The health of their workers are a big part of that. So I'm very concerned about that reputation. I'm also concerned about the tourism and the ag businesses. Those are our sustainable components of our economy. And so, but I also appreciate the mineral extraction component. I grew up as a son of an oil field contractor, and I gained some money today from that side. So I have a little bit of perspective of all these components. But in the essence of it is I support the rules as they are proposed. I think they are flexible, and I think they're important for the economy of Colorado, not a drag on that economy. In particular, I think that the sensing systems which are proposed will help, and that broad spectrum of sensing will help go a long way toward the solving this problem of whether there is, or suspicions of whether there is an issue or not an issue. The fact that VOCs has an effect on health is not an argument. Whether there are VOCs present or not is, and the sources of those. The fact that there are methane sources from the western slope that comes from other sources is not an argument, but the VOCs are typically associated with methane sources that are part of the mineral extraction industry and the oil and gas industry. So I think it's particularly important that these rules go into play and that we have a way of testing for those. And do I have another minute here? I'm not sure.
You have about 9 seconds.
Let's see. I did want to mention something about the exceptions that have been suggested for the western slope in Garfield County in particular. I oppose these. The fluid dynamics suggests that...
And I just asked you to wrap up.
Are we wrapping up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The rules do have flexibility in them, unlike what has been said, and I think those flexible parts will accommodate the differences, particularly in the valleys of the western slope, and we need to have a uniform set of rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Next up is Robert Winkler, and then after him will be Jeff Keener.
Good evening, members of Air Quality Control Commission Board. I am a 35-year risk management professional. I live in Weld County, and I'm here to speak for my grandchildren, Plains Air and Water Alliance, my friends and neighbors. Methane emissions occur across all phases of natural gas production cycle. Emissions are both intentional and unintentional and occur during normal operations as well as a result of leaks and system upsets. While significant uncertainty exists regarding emission rates, production produces the most emissions from natural gas systems by a large margin. Substantial sources of emissions are compressors, accounting for an estimated 15% of emissions, wellhead facilities, including well cleanups, 33%, and well completions and walkovers, 9%. Fugitive emissions, 15%. Dehydrator vents, 1%. Pneumatic controllers, 11%. Pipeline emissions, 3%, and tank venting, 1%. While most emissions come from natural gas operations, oil operations are also significant emission sources. One report states that 12% of methane emissions from U.S. gas and oil come from liquid petroleum systems. A recent National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences and Environmental Health Perspective public health study concluded babies still in their mother's wombs living within 10-mile range of wells are in much danger of congenital heart disease and neural tube defects. Fracking causes babies to be deformed. The more we learn about fracking, the worse it gets. Furthermore, another Colorado study found that residents living within a half mile from oil and gas development are at greater risk of health effects. Overwhelming scientific health and environmental research has stated gas and oil development is detrimental to our health, safety, and the environment. I ask for your support as a responsible designated state appointees in protecting citizens from an industry in search of short returns on investment to their shareholders with little concern to those who choose to call Colorado their home by enacting and stricter regulations on emissions and penalties to zero emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler. Is Jeff Keener here? Next will be Michelle Smith, and then after Michelle, Rudy Ziti. No Rudy. Next will be Patty Rodvold. Mike Ellis. Patricia Dunn. And then after Patricia will be Christina Bain.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Patricia Dunn. I've lived in Aurora, Colorado for over 35 years, and I'm a member of What the Frack Arapaho. I want to thank you for the time that you have spent improving our air quality rules. However, I feel the new rules need to be strengthened by providing adequate enforcement tools, monitoring, and leak remediation. I suggest you require every well have emissions monitoring equipment that can be remotely accessed by state and local government. These would be permanent air monitors. Each company should produce a monthly report summarizing their emission ranges and averages of harmful gases and chemicals. Well site emissions monitoring equipment and monthly reporting should be borne by the industry as the cost of doing business, since they are the ones producing the emissions and profiting from their activities. Also, your commission and the industry need to work in conjunction on a notification system that will warn the public of emission levels that pose a risk to human health. Additionally, there must be significant dollar penalties associated with the toxic emissions of chemicals and gases known to substantially increase health impairment risk or substantially contribute to the escalation of regional and global climate change in order to create sufficient incentive to decrease their emissions. The state of Colorado and your commission can choose to pretend that voluntary measures and self-reporting by the oil and gas industry are enough, and deny that climate change is a huge health and economic crisis, or the state of Colorado and your commission can recognize that climate action starts now by demanding new, safer technologies be required, emissions reduced to 0%, making reporting requirements mandatory, as well as participating in current studies so all citizens will get an accurate account on what's truly happening to our precious environment. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Christina Bain. And then after Ms. Bain will be Sandy Toland.
My name is Christina Bain. I've lived in Greeley for about 16 years. The neighborhood walk you were led through is my neighborhood. I strongly support the best air quality standards that you can craft, statewide with no exemptions. Earlier speakers have testified more eloquently than I can about the effects of emissions on global warming and public health. All I can add is, for me, it's personal. Both my parents had cancer. Both my brother and I had childhood asthma. I luckily grew out of it. And my next door neighbor, my up the street neighbor, is now on oxygen. No one in Colorado needs to breathe any additional respiratory irritants and carcinogens where they live if it can be prevented. You were earlier urged to find balance and trust the science. Let me tell you the kind of balance we have on a local level in Weld County. Currently, Weld County has 18 inspectors for over 20,000 active wells, 431 of which are within Greeley city limits. And there are 202 new additional wells planned for this year, I believe. These new wells are next to high-density residential areas, apartment buildings, schools, neighborhood nature trails, a high school track. This is within 400 feet of the high school track. For Greeley, a coffee shop is incompatible with a residential neighborhood somehow. They refuse the permit. But none of the oil wells, the oil installations apparently were. No additional protections or monitoring are required for these sensitive areas by our local officials. For them, a wall of hay bales, an earthen berm, or a stand of small trees is plenty of protection. What you can't see can't hurt you. In fact, our local representatives go out of their way to testify against any regulations or health studies that would interfere with the, quote, efficient removal of the resource, unquote. Never mind the science. In a long line of city, county, and state officials, you, the AQCC, are one of our last defenses. So please don't let us down. Regular citizens have very little say in the matter of fracking in general. If we refuse to lease our mineral rights, we are forced pulled. If our community passes a moratorium, the vote is challenged, the community is sued. So I say, please, please, keep the citizens of both the east and the west fronts in mind and pass strong regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sandy Toland, and then after Ms. Toland will be Roberta Maney, or Manny.
My name is Sandy Toland. I live in Aurora, Colorado. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Since May 2011, I've been part of a grassroots group concerned about the negative impacts of fracking on people and the environment. I've learned about fracking's impact not only from reading studies, news reports, and scientific data, but also from fellow citizens. I've talked to a couple who are happy to visit Denver because they can breathe here. They couldn't breathe where fracking was occurring near their home in Nebraska. I talked to a woman whose husband works on a fracking rig. She says fracking shouldn't be allowed in our communities. She saw what it did to her husband when he breathed fumes from a well and was down for 5 days. I've heard people who have worked on drilling rigs say they would never let their families live near fracking operations. I've learned about people like Rick Rolls in Garfield County and April Beach of Erie. Both have had devastating health impacts to themselves and their family from fracking and emissions. I don't know about you, but breathing and being healthy are priceless to me. Clean air is more important than corporate profit. It's the last 5 minutes of the 11th hour. Humanity stands on the brink of catastrophic climate change and mass extinction. We shouldn't be letting any methane, a powerful greenhouse gas, escape from drilling operations or pipelines, nor should we allow any VOC emissions to escape and damage animal and plant life. Clean air is required for the health of all living things, and being healthy is real wealth. We should be protecting our right to breathe and exist. It's not realistic to steal our health and wealth so the oil and gas industry can profit. It's especially unrealistic when technology exists to have near zero emissions. I ask the Air Quality Control Commission not to wait until our health, air, and climate is compromised beyond repair and to require zero or near zero emissions now. What we do to the earth, we do to ourselves. Clean air and water are real wealth and our life support system. An economy based on the destruction of our earth will destroy our wealth and be the cause of our demise. Please implement the strongest air regulations possible for oil and gas fracking emissions. I'd also like to add that I support the comments that have been submitted by Be the Change, a registered party of this rulemaking, and Sonia Skakich-Skrima, her online comments submitted on behalf of What the Frack Arapaho. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nolan. Is Roberta Maney in the audience? Next up, Molly Fitzgerald. Kate Tone. Russell Mendel. And then after Russell will be Robert Toll.
Hi, my name is Russell Mendel. I live in Boulder, Colorado, and I'm here giving comments on behalf of Frack Free Colorado. And good evening, and thank you for staying these late hours. I'd like to bring you back to an interview that was done on the popular television show The Colbert Report with former Governor Tom Ridge, who's now a consultant with the gas industry. Colbert's question, I think, actually is very important for what's happening here today. He said, kerosene, benzene, urea, toluene, how many of these can I feed my toddler? Now, of course, the question is rhetorical. No good person would ever want to feed a toddler a known human carcinogen. But for the purposes of these regulations, we are not looking at the toxicity of volatile organic compounds except for as a building block of ozone. Volatile organic compounds are extremely toxic and have been shown so in the only public health studies that have been done in Colorado, including the Colorado School of Public Health study, which shows that people living within half a mile of a well have a greater risk of cancer and other health effects. It is extremely important that not only inside the ozone non-attainment zone do we monitor volatile organic compounds, because they are extremely dangerous and toxic. And as you've heard from much of the testimony from people that have had very severe health impacts from breathing in these volatile organic compounds, we must not ignore the people that live close to these wells. I'd also like to say that methane is an extremely potent greenhouse gas, not to be ignored. It is 36 times more potent within a 100-year frame, and then up to 86 times within a 20-year frame, 32 times within a 20-year frame, 86. So please make sure that we are monitoring methane emissions. We've seen from the data coming out of NOAA that these methane emissions can go very, very high. We saw 8.9% in Utah. We need to make sure these are kept to the absolute minimum because they could cook our climate. And as the young people here today presented so beautifully, we need to protect this, everything we have for future generations. It's so important. And I want to say lastly that I support doing as New York and Maryland did and doing a full health impact assessment on fracking and actually taking a pause during that process so that we can look at what actually can protect the citizens of this state. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Robert Toll, and then after Mr. Toll will be Lawrence Sarima.
Hello, my name is Robert Toll. I've been a lifelong resident of Colorado, and thank you, the members of the Colorado Air Quality Control Commission, for this opportunity to speak before you. I come here with more of a personal testimony. I've been a United Methodist pastor all my life, and I served in Grand Junction, and my last parish was in Parachute, Colorado. And in the 2-year period I was there, new fracking wells were being built every week all around our subdivisions, schools, across the street from our public library, right on the Colorado River, and right off of our golf course there. And many of my parishioners in this retirement area called Battlement Mesa have come down with various types of cancer, kidney disease, and respiratory problems, including myself. When I came over there, and I left there a year and a half ago. I served there 2 years, but after I'd lived there a year and a half, my PSA was 1, and within a year and a half, it was 7. And then intermediate cancer, prostate cancer, which I found out that all the men in my church had and been treated. I went to Glenwood Springs, and they were in the process of building a new 10-story cancer building, research center and everything because of all the increases of cancer in Parachute, DeBeck, Rifle, Glenwood Springs, Silt, Battlement Mesa, and other things, and many of the residents, and I might add physicians, believe that there's a link between these, and I just found out that there was actually some kind of a gag order placed on Colorado physicians to make comments over there about any link between that, although some of these physicians, oncologists, urologists, respiratory doctors, pediatricians, have strong opinions about that. And I was just wondering if it would be possible, in addition to these monitoring devices on the fracking wells, if these medical specialists could testify regarding the health effects, and so lift the gag order on the doctors who are actually treating these individuals with these health issues, and with empirical data, and perhaps when these patients come with their issues, fill out some kind of a form, an information form, or survey about where they live, how close to the fracking wells do they live, or any empirical data that could perhaps show some link.
Mr. Toll, could I
Yes.
ask you to wrap it up, please?
But that's it.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Lawrence Sarima, and after Mr. Sarima will be Tom Easley.
Thank you for holding this public hearing. My name is Lawrence Scrima. I live in Aurora. I have a PhD in physiological psychology, and I'm a board-certified sleep disorder specialist and health researcher for over 30 years. I'm very concerned that the current Colorado air quality regulations and the reforms proposed do not adequately address or mitigate the risks and negative health impacts posed by oil and gas operations in Colorado, especially the rapidly growing use of horizontal hydraulic fracturing of shale and oil and gas mining. Battlement Mesa, Colorado's health assessment for Colorado School of Public Health researchers provided an extensive review of health impacts that could be expected in communities exposed to nearby horizontal fracking of shale, including increased emergency room visits, respiratory problems, and various other health problems. A paper by Dr. McKenzie warns of increased risk of cancer for persons living within a half a mile of an oil and gas operation, and her most recent paper documented an increase in birth defects in heavily fracked Garfield County. Numerous peer-reviewed and other referenced scientific papers have pointed out a number of health problems being seen in communities near fracking sites, including neurological-related problems of headache, pain, motor weakness, balance, learning, memory, alertness, and sleep problems, psychiatric problems, respiratory disorders, dermatological disorders, digestive problems, immunological disorders, allergic reactions associated with chemical exposure, increase in cancer diagnosis, reproductive, increased birth defects. News reports have documented Colorado residents selling their homes and fleeing areas where fracking is occurring, taking large losses in their property value to escape the health problems apparently caused by fracking. Some health problems appear to remit, while others persist after moving away. We need comprehensive epidemiological studies under the aegis of Colorado Department of Public Health, continuous monitoring of all well emissions, reviews of relevant Colorado public health records, statistics, active collection of toxic emission exposure, and area health data such as emergency room visits, diagnoses, comparisons of fracked versus non-fracked areas to better assess fracking risks to local communities. Colorado Department of Public Health must review studies done and being done by researchers around the country and start their own studies, for example, similar to extensions of Dr. Colburn's studies of daily toxic emissions exposure using portable backpacks, Dr. Stenser in Pennsylvania of health surveys, Dr. Bramberg's et al. Investigations of health impacts to sentinel species such as pets and livestock and wildlife. Colorado has the right to know all possible health risks, impacts, and burdens associated with living at various distances from or downwind of oil and gas operations, both under current regulations and under the proposed revisions. Our legislatures,
Could I get you to wrap it up, please?
Elected officials, and division of state government need to know all the risk scenarios. Our country, our public lands, our communities, our children, generations to come will suffer dire consequences to life if weak regulations and hidden health burdens continue to be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Tom Easley here? Molly Hirowitz. And after Ms. Hirowitz will be Rocio Ramos.
Hi. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Molly Horowitz. I'm a junior at CU Boulder. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm here to discuss the importance of statewide fossil fuel regulation for the oil and gas industry here in Colorado. For the most part, I grew up sealed away from nature. I lived in a suburban town just outside Philadelphia, and I spent much of my time inside. The only bit of nature in my town was the farm that had a main road paved directly in the middle of it, and our perfectly cut, perfectly green, fertilized grasslands. It's not that I didn't want anything to do with nature, it's that I didn't have access to nature. But unlike most of my friends, I had the opportunity to vacation with my family every summer and winter in Colorado. Colorado is our vacation spot. I looked at Colorado as a luxury and a place full of nature and clean skies. As I would board my plane in Philadelphia en route to Colorado, I would see the dreary, dark Philadelphia skyline and the factories pumping smoke along the Delaware River, and I could not wait to peer through the Colorado clouds into the pure sky as we would descend over the Rocky Mountains a few hours later. I fell in love with Colorado. I love Colorado so much that I decided I wanted to live here and go to the University of Colorado. So like myself and many others, Colorado is viewed as a vacation spot. It is viewed as a place with vast outdoor activities and an environment like no other. I value its nature and its clean skies, and I hope that with this fossil fuel regulation, tourists and future generations can enjoy Colorado's clean air just as I do. Despite Colorado's reputation as a vacation spot, it is important to take into account the negative consequences of digging up and emitting fossil fuels at our current and increasing rate. Atmospheric pollution is not only dangerous for our health, but for future generations. We're depriving our future generations basic human right of access to clean, pure air. It's not fair that we're contaminating our environment when that was given to us in a pure form in our own interest. By regulating emission through the governor's proposed air quality rules, I hope that we can ensure our future generations' ability to live in a state where they have clean air like we do now. This is why I urge you to fully adopt the proposed rules in totality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rocio Ramos, and then Alyssa Evans.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Rocio Ramos. I'm a Colorado native from Monte Vista, Colorado, which is part of the San Luis Valley. I am also a junior at Regis University. I'm here today in support of strong statewide rules regulating emissions from oil and gas operations because I believe that all Coloradans deserve clean air. Clean air allows us to enjoy everything that is incredible and unique about Colorado. I would not recognize this state without it. That's why I believe that we need to be a leader in enacting the safeguards that will protect our air. I grew up surrounded by Colorado's natural beauty. My fondest childhood memories are of time spent outdoors camping with my family and fishing almost every weekend with my grandfather in the summertime. I have come to believe that breathing fresh air is one of the best parts of living in Colorado. My younger brother is 3 years old, and I want him to be able to enjoy all of the things that I had growing up. But I worry that if oil and gas development continues to move at this pace, he might not be able to experience the clean Colorado air and quality of life I enjoyed growing up. That is why this rulemaking is so important. We need strong statewide regulations in order to preserve the Colorado we know and love. All of us in Colorado deserve clean air, no matter where we live. So we deserve safeguards that ensure that our air is free of toxic pollution. Our health, future, and everything that we love about Colorado is at risk. We need these rules now. We cannot wait. Commissioners, please fully adopt Governor Hickenlooper's proposed rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Alyssa Evans here? Richard J. Whipple. And then after Mr. Whipple will be Oliver Yang or Yang.
Hi, good evening. I'm CPA, CEO of Whipplewood CPAs. I'm also on the board of directors of the South Metro Denver Chamber of Commerce, and I'm the chair-elect. I want to thank you for working and drafting these proposed rules and for hearing my comments today. I think it first needs to be established that we all want clean air. I have young kids. I'm a fourth-generation Coloradoan. I know what it's like to be outside in Colorado. I'm a mountain climber, ice climber, and I've traveled all over the world, and Colorado has great air quality. Right now, and we're fracking right now. I don't want to see these skies or our air polluted more, and I think no one in this room really does. But I also want to see regulations that purport to change things without really the evidence that they do. So the proposals put forward contain many good things, and I applaud you all for that. But there are also parts which need to be adjusted if we are to avoid unintended consequences that are just unpleasant and unregulated emissions. I'm sure we would all agree that a healthy economy is also important for us and for our families, as well as a healthy environment. The methane control rules in front of us will come with costs, and I'm afraid these costs have not been adequately or accurately estimated. I am aware that they were developed with the input from many stakeholders, and I commend you for that. In these times of extreme viewpoints and accusations, I thank you for starting this process in the correct way. I would ask that you continue to bring all parties to the table and to listen and take into account how these regulations could affect them and in turn our state economy. We are very much pushing for a healthy and robust energy industry here in Colorado. I drove a car here today, and I'm pretty sure there's about a 90% chance that the gasoline came from a fracked oil well. We need these jobs to thrive and also do in an environmentally safe way. It's not only the jobs and personal incomes that the industry provides, but the local and state revenues that help pay for all sorts of essential services,
from public safety to schools and to infrastructure. What I'm asking this commission to do is for a full and accurate accounting of the costs and benefits of the new rules. That means a realistic estimate of what compliance and implementation costs all players in the industry, including residual costs borne by parties not directly employed by the industry, such as local supply and retail businesses, and even local governments. Also, a full appraisal of the benefits should be compiled, one that takes an honest look at what emission reductions will actually occur as a result of these rules, and that is not absurdly optimistic, such as assuming that emission reductions gained by a repair.
Mr. Whipple, could I ask you to wrap it up?
Okay, will replicate year after year. And I don't mean to rebuke the rules, but just properly account for the costs of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr., I obviously got your name wrong. Would you pronounce your name for me, please? And then after this gentleman, Bob Rankin from House District 57.
I'm Oliver Young. I hope there's not an Oliver Yang in the audience
I'm
taking his
sorry.
place. Thank you very much to the Commission for letting us speak again to you on this issue, allowing discussion on regulations of well pump emissions. I'm here as I'm a registered nurse who works at Denver Health. I am not a representative of that organization, but I've worked as a healthcare professional for 10 years. As a healthcare professional, father, environmentalist, I'm also an organism that happens to breathe air. I would like to reiterate for the record some of the health risks that well pump production is known to produce. VOCs, or volatile organic compounds, are on the rise as a result of increased production. This mandates, I believe, an urgent need for regulation to occur. And it can lead on a health basis to an inflammatory responses for people with respiratory and sometimes with people who do not have respiratory illnesses. As has been stated before, but I will state again, most vulnerable are our population of children and the elderly in the manifestation of asthmatic flare-ups and the exacerbation of COPD-related emphysema. You can see in our hospital red warning days, you can see the pediatric wards fill up in Denver, and you can also see acute respiratory distress syndrome flare up in our adult wards. They're directly correlative. It's not a scientific study, but we see it happen in practice. VOCs such as benzene and toluene are known and suspected carcinogens as well. And gastrointestinal and neurological dysfunction has been seen by people living in proximity to well pumps as well as others, not in immediate proximity. These are exacerbated by VOC exposure. As an environmentalist, it's been spoken to before, but some of the studies I've read have shown that if regulation and reduction occurs, a possibility of 92,000 tons per year can be taken out of the air, which in some studies has been shown to be higher than the total vehicle emissions in this state. What you have before you is an amazing opportunity to act on the governor's mandate. Climate impacts by methane, which has been shown over time to be 20 to 86 times more potent than CO2. On an environmental basis, has been shown or may contribute to drought, deforestation, and increasing temps. So in conclusion, I would like to ask the AQCC to act decisively on controlling well pump emissions as one way to curb these harmful elements. Clean air and water are a right, not a privilege. I must say on a personal aspect that I don't come here in any other aspect than to, as a healthcare worker and environmentalist, plead for the strongest regulations. I will leave you, the Commission, to the how and the what as we've delineated the why. I also have a 70-member signed petition of other healthcare workers. It was signed and sent to the governor but there are 70 members that are all healthcare workers I'd like to submit to the board.
If you just give that to Teresa, our staff member, as you walk away, that would be great.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Representative Rankin, and he will be followed by Commissioner Nancy Jackson from Arapahoe County.
Thank you, Commission. I'm Representative Bob Rankin. I represent Moffat, Rio Blanco, and Garfield counties, sometimes known as the Piceance Basin. So it's a pleasure to be before you, and thank you so much for your service in this important area. I'm here to represent the local governments of my counties, but also my constituents who live in these areas and are very concerned about the regulations that you set for us. And I also am representing a variety of smaller gas-producing companies who are not members of not the three that were a party to this agreement for rule setting. So I hope that as you go through these hearings, you pay a lot of attention to the ideas and concerns that come from those other producing companies, as well as my constituents who I feel strongly about protecting. You know, Garfield County led 4 other Western Slope counties in sort of a group that's gotten together, and they have suggested stronger regulations. Local governments are asking you for stronger emission controls in the areas that we represent or that we cover. But we're also asking for regional flexibility, and I think you'll hear that term quite a bit as you go through these hearings, and a technology-driven approach. Garfield County particularly is conducting the first study in the nation, and I think you know this, to gather air emissions from oil and gas drilling. This study is being led by a leading scientist in the field of air quality, Dr. Jeffrey Cullett of the Colorado State University. And, you know, this analysis should help Garfield to make informed decisions on their own, but I hope that you consider that information as well. It is, we think, the most comprehensive long-term baseline air quality monitoring program of any rural county in the United States. There are 5 sites extending from Parachute to Carbondale that collect air quality samples every 6 days. That data set, we hope, informs the regulations going forward so that you come up with a proposed set of rules and regulations that are non-punitive. In other words, rather than penalize, I'd like to see you think about rewarding those companies who are those sites that do well in the initial air quality monitoring. Some of these sites are literally an hour-and-a-half drive from the nearest house. So, you know, just the very idea of getting there and taking these measurements on a routine basis is something that we should consider as we look at a cost-benefit analysis or cost-effective approach. So I hope you consider that. So, you know, my remarks are probably going to be echoed by other people. We think that we have good data to contribute. We want more stringent emission controls in the areas we represent. However, we believe that western Colorado, which is by and large in attainment of EPA regulations, is granted some flexibility, and you know, we don't just have the one-size-fits-all regulations. So thank you very much for your efforts. Look forward to what you tell us as you go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next up is Commissioner Nancy Jackson, and after Commissioner Jackson will be Elias Boros.
Good evening. I did not come here planning to speak. I came here planning to listen, and the more that I listened, the more I felt impelled to speak. So I need to make it very clear that I'm speaking for myself and not for the Board of County Commissioners. There are 5 Arapahoe County Commissioners. I'm one of them. This is my neighborhood, and so I'm here just to speak my own view. I am a Colorado native. I grew up in this area. When I was a little girl, we used to go hiking past where now 225 is. Had no idea there'd be that much traffic. But I'm saying that because I know things change. And I know that the Colorado that I grew up in is not the Colorado that it is today. when I went downtown with my grandmother, we wore little white gloves and we went on the trolley. Well, that's long gone. And yes, I have earned my gray stripes here. So I know that things change. But I'm here because I'm speaking because I've been listening to my constituents and to your constituents. And what they're saying has a lot of validity, and we really need to listen. You know, this pollution, this idea of emissions, even though I have been drilled, it's been drilled into my head as a county commissioner, local control, local control, local control. Emissions have no boundaries. I remember when there was a terrible fire in Yellowstone, and we were all coughing here. So as much as I do believe in local control, I think in terms of things like air and water, that yes, we want to be able to use our land use powers, but there's something to asking you all to create very strong evidence-based practices. You've been hearing about the science. I'm not a scientist, but I can read the reports and I listen and I observe, and I'm asking you to listen to the science, listen to the evidence, and make our rules in Colorado a model for the rest of the country so that we can, once again, as people have been referring to, this clean Colorado air. I also just want to add parenthetically, I do own a small business, and I have been a business person most of my life. My family have all been in business, so I'm very pro-business. But I think that we need to do something that I'm calling health before wealth, that we need to take our health of our citizens most seriously, and I don't think that that's going to interfere with economic development. So again, I ask you to really consider the citizens of Colorado, our health, and then also prosperity will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up is Elias Boros, and I hope I got your name correct. If not, please correct me. And after this gentleman will be Representative Ryden from State House District 36.
Yeah, thank you for trying.
How bad did I do?
Well, it sounds like a donkey in Spanish, so.
Well, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I'm the Reverend Elias D. Burgos. I'm the Executive Director for Colorado Interfaith Power and Light, which is an organization that represents different faith traditions like Jewish community, Islam, Christianity, Hindu, Baha'i. And also I teach, I'm a professor of ethics at Regis University, but I have been a long-term member of this community here in Colorado. Air is vital for our existence, and any living thing in this planet needs air, clean air. So I'm here to ask you to protect us from oil and gas polluters, because we don't have the privilege to stop breathing. Somebody may call us radicals, but what responsible companies are doing by not stopping toxic leaks in gas and oil operation, that's radical. We are conservative citizens that ask you, the Colorado Air Quality Control Commission, to stop polluting habits from oil and gas operations. From a faith perspective, it's not just immoral to allow a company to keep contaminating the air that we breathe, but we also endanger our spirituality, because no matter what faith tradition we are from, the most powerful experiences of the divine almost always take place in the outdoors. Without clean air, our religious experience will be injured. This is also a matter of justice. There are not just a few areas in Colorado where these air regulation and standards should be enforced. All Coloradans, every family in Colorado, deserve clean air from the west slope to the eastern plains. So please don't give polluters a free pass any longer. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Representative Bryden, and then following her will be Jessie Prentice Dunn.
Good evening, Commission. I'm Sue Ryden. I'm State Representative in House District 36 in Aurora. My district starts right behind you on Chambers and goes east. I am feeling very positive about the work that you have done to date, and I'm hearing very positive things from my constituents and from other folks. And so I guess my message tonight is please stay strong, and if you make any changes in what you've already done, make them stronger. And that's pretty much my message. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Jessie Prentice Dunn in the audience? Ben Cornett, and then following will be John Brackney.
Good evening. Thank you for holding this hearing. I only learned about it an hour ago, but I felt that it was my responsibility to come and speak because I am an environmental refugee. I've moved here to Colorado from my home of West Virginia, where the mountain that I lived on and that I raised my family on was blown up. You can read about that if you'd like. It's in the 2009 Smithsonian. I can't remember the name of the article, but there it is. We fought the coal companies and won, but it was only temporary. And we decided that we needed a better life for my family, and so we moved here. I feel like I am talking to you from the future because I can tell you what will happen if you do not hold strong and if you do not implement these proposed changes and further and further. And I say this not because I'm against extractive industry. I'm not. The jacket that I'm wearing is made out of oil, and most of this stuff is too. I say it because I know these people. I've battled these people. I have talked about the health of our children with these people. And ultimately what happened was that people from both sides of the aisle, free market Republicans, liberal Democrats, worked together to keep our air clean and to keep our water clean. And ultimately we failed. That's what happens. They will take every single inch and further if given the opportunity. You have to protect us. You're the only people that can. You're the last line of defense. Thank you so much.
Thank you. John Brackney, and Mr. Brackney will be followed by Catherine Quinn.
Thank you, members of the Commission. John Brackney, CEO of the South Metro Denver Chamber. What an honor to speak before you tonight, and what a thankless job you have. I come at this as a native Coloradoan. In fact, my daughters go to the same elementary school, middle school, and high school that I went to, Littleton High School. A quick shout out to Dr. Jackson, Arapahoe County Commissioner. She and her colleagues did noble work on this for 2 years and coming to a common agreement with the oil and gas industry with an MOU that really deserves to be celebrated. On the issue tonight, I also want to shout out Anadarko and Noble for two very important companies for Colorado to come to the table with potential adversaries and come up with something they believe is rational is really worth applauding. Now, so why am I expressing some concern to you? It's for the very simple fact that we must have energy, and as inexpensive and reliable as we can to succeed as a country. We are on the verge of something truly spectacular because of innovations of technology. Not that there's not concerns. In the business community, we deal with this every time. As humans, we deal with these issues all the time. Risk and reward, P&L, cost-benefit analysis. Of course, there's concerns with air quality and also water in Colorado. And what we need to do is bring both sides together to do what's rational, both for our individual and our collective health, but what's also rational for our economy. Much of my National Guard experience was over here at Buckley Army Air National Guard Base. And as you know, these are matters of life and death, not only for our individual health, but for societal health. We go to war over energy policy. And so the opportunity to have economic development that is truly changing the economy of America and changing global politics, at the same time, we should be concerned about our health. I'm a trail runner, and I have issues with my lungs. But I do want us to have perspective. My home was built in 1959 in the city of Centennial. Every single home was built with a homemade incinerator in the back. In fact, the sidewalk still goes to my incinerator that was long since torn down. But you just walk through my neighborhood and you can see them. And that hazard of burning our household trash at that time was a rational time to stop doing that, to bury it in a landfill just a little bit over to us. And we still do it today, by the way. One of my neighbors burns trash occasionally in their indoor fireplace, and it drives me absolutely insane. So should we have regulations against that? Most probably. Should we ban all outdoor fires? Actually, I hope we would never do that. Those marshmallow roasts with my children out in the backyard at the neighborhood pool, we realize there's risk with that smoke going into our lungs. And yes, there's an occasional kid that will throw a plastic plate on it that will burn. That drives me nuts.
Mr. Brackney, if you'd wrap up for me.
So thank you for taking a rational approach with the caution that be careful of statewide rules that may really damage billions of dollars of investments and tens of thousands of jobs here in Colorado. Thank you so much for what you do.
Is Catherine Quinn here? Nancy Hall? Oh, Catherine, come on up. Sorry about that. And then Nancy Hall will be next.
Hello, everyone. I'm Catherine Quinn. I am here speaking on behalf of a group of students from the University of Colorado at Boulder. They're all sitting back there. We're all wearing our matching T-shirts today. We're part of the Alternative Breaks program at CU, which is a program that sends students out on service trips over academic breaks to encourage civic engagement. And we recently, in January, went on a trip out to Garfield County with the purpose of learning more about the process of hydraulic fracturing and learning how we could get involved in the movement to make oil and gas production safe for everybody involved. We wanted to show up here today to show our support for the proposed regulations because while we are not experts on the matter by any means, we saw firsthand what emissions and what pollution have done to people who have been impacted. One of the things that is proposed on the regulations is controlled leak detection. While we were there, we met with an energy company who told us that they sometimes send in their own data for inspections because nobody comes to the inspection. That's something that we believe really needs to change because not only is leak detection so crucial, but it really needs to be done in person and frequently to really make sure that that is not harming the environment and that everything is really up to par. Another thing we saw while we were out on the western slope is in Battlement Mesa, inadequate storage of fracking sands, and the sands were getting blown into the air and into the lungs of the elderly people living in the retirement community there. And while that may not be the emissions of VOCs, it is still an air pollution problem. And we really believe that these health issues are a pressing matter In Garfield County, we met with Coloradoans whose land has been fracked on, whose air has suffered from the process. Afterburners were rarely used to burn off VOCs, which were instead being emitted into the air, causing many people to leave their houses or suffer medical complications. Oil and gas production, while admittedly is a huge part of our economy, and we all use oil and gas in some way or another, should not also mean that we have bad air quality and are suffering health concerns simply for oil and gas production. If oil and gas production continues to grow, which it certainly will, something needs to be done to ensure the cleanliness of our air. We ask that oil and gas companies are held to strict regulations statewide so that all Coloradoans have the chance to live healthfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Nancy Hall here? R.T. Harrington? Are there any other blue cards in the audience? Do you have a blue card? Okay, I'm going to run through these real quickly again. I just wanted to make sure there was no other blue cards in the audience. Is Jeff Keener here? Michelle Smith? Rudy Ziti? Patty Rodvold? Mike Ellis? Roberta Maney? Molly Fitzgerald? Or William Twesdet? Kate Tone? Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to throw out the prepared remarks that I had so that I can address some of the issues that were raised by other speakers. I wanted to thank you for the efforts that you guys are making on this. You've done a really good job cleaning up Colorado's air. In recent years, the brown haze is gone. But at the same time, there are some failures. As you know, in 2015, if we haven't made significant improvements on our ozone issue, the federal government will impose new requirements, and I think that that's a failure for Colorado. The air may look cleaner now, but the pollution that we're dealing with now is largely invisible. You can't see benzene in the air. You can't see these other VOCs. You can't see ozone. And you can't see methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas. The particulates only seem to be a local problem that allows more pollution to get deeper into residents' lungs. We can't have a regional patchwork of regulation. The price of control technology does not vary from Garfield County to Weld County. It costs just as much to install the control technology. If we allow them to frack more cheaply by lower environmental regulations, it will just shift more of the drilling to the parts of the state which are currently less polluted until there's an equilibrium of pollution everywhere. These regulations that have been proposed are not technology forcing. They only ask producers to adopt some of the best practices that many of the producers don't seem to have a problem with. The producers who seem to have a problem seem to be the small producers who have been making profits by externalizing their costs, by polluting the environment. These small companies may be poorly capitalized, but I don't think that their business model should survive on the backs of the people. We've heard from a lot of residents who are concerned about the economy and what will happen if natural gas emissions are regulated, but the truth is that it's the price of natural gas that controls how much fracking is going on. And natural gas has been at historic lows in recent years. It's going up now, and it's poised to go up much farther in the future. The control technology will not make or break the difference. And as far as people who are receiving royalties, a lot of those lease contracts are more dependent on the sale price and not dependent on allocating a portion of the profits among the people who have leased out their land. These oil companies, they don't seem to believe in the scientific studies that have shown the harm from emissions, and they don't seem to believe the people who've testified that the harm is occurring. Upton Sinclair said that it's very difficult to get a man to understand something when his livelihood depends on his not understanding it. The federal government has delegated its authority to regulate pollution to you. The local ability of local governments to protect their citizens is currently being challenged. You are the only ones who can protect the citizens.
Ms. Tone, it's 2
Yes.
minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Easley? Alyssa Evans? And Jesse Prentice Dunn. Again, are there any blue cards in the audience? Okay. Okay, so we're going to just hold the comment period open till 7 because that's how it was announced and posted. Are we just? We'll just hang tight.
10 minutes.
Thank you.
Finish the.
Do you want me to finish, John, or just hand it to Mike? Or? Okay. Okay.
The last person.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Yeah.
We can ask her. Oh, 80654. Oh. Miss Tone, where are you from? Okay. Okay, from Boulder though? Okay, thank you. I know, Saeed and I are over here winking off. isn't a very good gavel. If I could bring everybody's attention back up here, we have one more public comment that or one more card that we've received. While I'm waiting on that card, I would just I'd just like to note that we had 124 public comments on the phone and in person today. We want to thank you for all those public comments. They're very valuable to us in our decision making. And then additionally, after we adjourn, just a reminder that our hearing will resume at 9 a.m. here in the morning, February 20th. Our last public commenter is Devin Cockerville.
Cockerville.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Awesome, thank you. My name's Devin Cockerville. I'm also with the CU Boulder volunteer group that went to Garfield County in January.
Excuse me, is the mic on? Can someone turn the mic on for the speaker?
I might not be leaning close enough.
We want to hear what you have to say, Devin.
Thank you. So I was also with the CU Boulder group that went to Garfield County in January, and the comments that were made reminded me of a couple other comments that we learned about while we were in Garfield County. And so when we heard about some testing done for emissions, or the health effects of emissions, a lot of the testing done was done in clean, ventilated labs, so that the only air tested was the emissions of the gas product, and the gas product was at very high levels. However, there's no testing done for very low levels of emissions over a very long period of time. And so that's a very prominent issue in Garfield County, because there are people who have issues, 5-10 years later, but they can't source it back to the oil well due to these lack of testings. The second point that I had to make was that scientific testing cannot be done to prove the health effects of various chemicals that aren't talked about that much. Benzene being one of them in the past, and now that that's out, that's used in oil and gas companies, that's easier to test on. However, oil and gas companies can claim various concoctions of their frack water and the chemicals used in it as a trade secret. And so they don't have to reveal all of those chemicals. And so therefore it's harder to prove the health effects of the gas emissions, because we don't have proof that those chemicals are actually being used, since they're being tagged as a trade secret. So those are the points that I had to make. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. One final call. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to make public comment? Okay, commissioners, is there anything else? Then we will be here again at 9 a.m. in the morning, and thank you all for coming. Take advantage of that.